mile and 1150 quarter mile. Today it's the 650 eighth mile and the 750 eighth mile. So we've already asked for those first four categories to come to the lanes, and we've already got them in there. And I even got another text there from our Allstars hotline. Session 1, lane 3 is for quarantine for the below cars only. Lane 3 is quarantine for the below cars. Lane 7 is our 11.5 7.5s. Lane 6 is our 10.5 6.5s. Lane 5 is the NA 235 and 255s. And lane 4 are the NA 28s. Now that is session number 1. We want to get those 4 categories down first before session 2. Session 2 will feature the rest of the cars that we've already mentioned, but do not attempt to go to the lanes until session 2, and that'll be the 8.5 5.5s, the Pro Imports, the Force 235s, and the Force 28s and Unlimited. That's session 2. You don't need to be in the lanes yet. What should be in the lanes? Attention in the pits, all competitors in the 11.5 7.5 category, straight to the lanes, please. Take this opportunity to run in the session. Remember, we're going to run you guys in session. For the first half of the day, we're going to run you guys in session. Right now, we need these guys in the lane. Lane 7, 11.5 7.5. Lane 6, 10.5 6.5. Lane 5, NA 235 and 255. And lane 4, NA 28s. We're going to be packing up by 12 today with the merchandise. Before they get on the road by 12, come and grab that merchandise down beside the control tower at the JOH tent. Great all-star stuff, Dave. I love it.
Looks sick.
It does look sick.
Especially if you like pink.
I love pink. You know, Darley loves pink. He's got his second pair of pink shoes on today. It's like he couldn't wear the same pink shoes for 3 days in a row. Yesterday's pink shoes are different to today's pink shoes. God knows what Sunday's pink shoes look like. Oh, pink's great. Pink and black's always good. Well, I'm actually considering on my Gordino, so I've got to pick an alternative colour that I want to use in things like the diff and driveline. I might have to go pink. Black and pink. What do you reckon? It might be nice, might be nice. So anyway, we're going to get underway with the first session shortly. There's little Kylie Lansdowne's holding a bit of the family. Yesterday we were talking how good the Lansdowne family Commodore looked. It looks a bit, it hit the Kangaroo, big time. Hit the Kangaroo big time. Mum couldn't even open the passenger door. That's how hard. And we called that Kangaroo Latrell. So we called him Latrell. We don't know where Latrell ended up, but we know he wrecked the Commodore. Oh, we're back into the warmth of the tower here. We've got our Overtaking Lane live stream. Are we live? Are we on, boys? We are on. We love that. We've got our ladies here in the control tower. Let's keep our banter to a minimum today. But mind you, if there is something funny, please mention it. And I'll do the same to you. If you come up with something clever, we'll put that in the stream and I'll do the same likewise. So it's great to have you here on day 2. Beautiful day. The forecast couldn't get any better. Couldn't get any better yesterday, today and tomorrow. Good morning, good morning, good morning, Meggie. Megsy, Meggles, whatever we call you. Concussion, Miss Concussion down there. You okay now? Yes. All right, here we go. Now, how about this? Now, this is the guy coming up on screen right now. You know, honestly, 2 years ago, I didn't know who Matt Francis was. I can tell you right now, if you don't know who Matt Francis is in Southeast Queensland drag racing, well, you've been living under a rock, because this man in this panel van, geez, he races well with this thing. I know when we do road trips here, you know, he's trying to hit a 650. He can smash the 650s out. Yesterday, he's trying to hit 1050. He went like 1051 yesterday. Does run the 8th Mile Championship up here, doesn't he, at Warwick? He runs QDRC as well. He has probably got more laps on this car than any other car entered here at the Allstars Drag and Drive. That's a pretty big statement to make, but I think I can nearly well back it up. The man knows how to race. I've got all our entry list here too, so I can put it up there and go through the group myself. We're in the H class. Of course, that is our 1050, 650 class, right? So let's see how we go. We got I-10 beside him. So we've got Michael Winton beside him. So Winton's in the I class, so he's trying to run a 750 in the Falcon. Matt Francis is in the H class. He's trying to run a 1050. Junga's under the car already. For one of our more reliable cars, Junga's all over him straight away. Hang on, he's just telling him to send Whiten there for a sec. He's sending Michael Winton, or Whiten rather. Matty might have just had a little leak or something there. We're just checking on him. Now remember, trying to hit 750 over the 8th mile. Here we go. Oh, 737. I mean, the air is crisp out here this morning, so everyone's going to be quick. Yeah, there is something. Geez, Junga, good. He's good on the old eyeballs, Junga Bunga. That's interesting to see what's come out of Matt Francis's car, whether that's just water. Could be just water. You know what happens when these things get up the temp, and if they do have that little bit of leaking out of the radiator. Now, look, that's not the end of the day for Matt Francis. He's just going to have to wait. He's got to wait for a session. Remember, we're trying to get everyone run through at least once in a respected session, and then after that, I'm sure we're going to have a bit of time freeing up. So right now, Junga first pairing out. The guy dives down under the front of the normally very, very reliable HQ panel van and has found, I would only imagine, hopefully just maybe water or coolant there. I don't know. It's normally pretty reliable jigger. Whatever they found, the guys are wiping it all the way back to the burnout area. Actually, might be a little smither of oil because they are pouring a little bit of our magic fluid on that. I used to joke that it was vodka. But it's probably thinners or something. But anyway, we move on. Out there right now is our beautiful Mustang that was running yesterday. And which one was that one? I think he's in the, so I-17. That is Wade Moran in that 750 class, right? So Wade, yeah, pretty close to the 1150 yesterday. But here he is on day 2 having to hit that 660 time of a 750. All right, let's have a look at the first hit there for him. 765. Okay, well, that's a decent time. 765 on that 750 class index. Of course, we used the multiplication factor yesterday on a couple of categories. Multiplied by, if you wanted to go to the 660 yesterday at Willowbank and multiply by 1.6, you could. But on paper, that just means it's probably better to go to the quarter mile. All right, this is one of our unlimiteds. This is A3. That's Jorge Pereira in that R35 over the 660, 684, 106 mile an hour. Jorge is in the unlimited class. So Jorge slipped in there. That wasn't really, when you look at it here, Jorge should have been in the second session. Oh, no one told Jorge. Jorge slipped through the cracks. Here he is. He's run through. Now this Tirana, of course, yesterday. This is I-5. So this is, well, actually, is that I-5? It's I-15, rather. I-15. I-15 being Tim Barron. Tim trying to hit a 750. When you're in the lanes, please be suited up, helmets on. Please be ready. When you're in the lanes, please literally be in the car ready to go. 8:39, not a good one there for Tim. 8:39, 8:39. Please, when you're in the lanes, be in the car, suited up, helmets on, ready. That way we can roll you through really quickly. All right, here he is, Steve Ryman up here now. Steve in that Corvette. I think he's in the 10.5 class here. He's in the H class. Well, actually, he's in the ASPO class, E9. So he's in the ASPO class is Steve. And that is the, I'd say, a big block Corvette, 674. 674 for him. All right, NA28's coming up by the look of that. All right, there we go. So that is E2. So E2 is Joel Cunningham. He's in the 235, 255 NA. And that is Bill Cumner the Sandman running in the C class being NA28s. Let's let these things sing a little bit down the track here, eh? Let's have a listen. Nice stuff, boys. 675 for the paddle van, 732 for the Commodore. All right, H-Class, another 1050, 650 car in the water. This XD was very consistent yesterday. H31 being Travis Greaves. And I13 beside, running in the 1150/750 class, Seth Tannis. Didn't see much of the Lexus yesterday, but I tell you what, drag and drive comes in all shapes and sizes, whether it's a Lexus or a Honda-powered Celica, or do you want a 103-year-old 1922 Ford Senator from Victoria? We've got all those sorts of things here. So, all right, the XD trying to hit a 650, the Lexus trying to hit a 750 here over the glorious Warwick Dragway 660 here today. There we go, 688, not too bad. First hit, 822, not bad. First hit for the Lexus. Day 2 of Allstars Drag and Drive. Fantastic to have you here. Beautiful Warwick Dragway. Now look, it's not often, and we'll wait till these guys finish their skid. It's not often that on a beautiful, glorious Australian Saturday that you can look around and say, well, look, I've seen so many beautiful cars out there. And in the car park, it looks like someone's driven their Leyland P76 up here. How's that, Davo? Right across. Leyland P76 in the car park. Who owns that? Put your hand up if you own that Leyland P76 in the car park there, eh? Here's Andrew Valentine out there now. And he's up against Darren Parker beside in the HR. In the E class, so they're both aspirated 235, 255s, 691 for the HQ, 727 beside there for the HR. The Aussie P, you don't get any more Aussie than a P76 Leyland. Nowhere else in the world had them. Someone's brought their P76 Leyland up, and they're in the car park here at Warwick Dragway. All right, Johnny Oliver in the water, affectionately known as Johnny Gronk. He almost named himself that, didn't he? You know what we like to do with guys like Johnny Oliver? We want let Johnny's car do the talking on this run. We love the RPM Johnny gets out of this thing. And beside him is H8, and of course H8 is the 1050, 650 class. Glenn Finnegan in the Tirana. So yeah, we'll just open our ears here. I love his licence plate, Johnny Oliver. You sook. Is that right? You sook. So Australian, isn't it? I don't think you hear people call anyone a sook anywhere else in the world. Yeah, sook. All right, Johnny. Finnegan. Lenny's fanned it now. Right, we'll let these guys sing. There we go. Oh, 645 for Johnny, 696 there for Finnegan. Oh, I'm going to let these guys sing as well. Look at this for tough Aussie muscle on the start line here. Oh. Yes, sir. And I tell you what, we should have probably mentioned this at driver's briefing. We need all competitors to put their entry numbers on the passenger side windows because it's hard for the tower to see them anywhere else. So ideally, passenger side windows, and I know we've got a lot of stickers on the front corner of the windscreen. All right, H11 out there. That is Rob Wizard, of course, Wizard Concreting, and C3, Bruce Henderson. Let him sing, let him sing. Aussie Muscle, HK, HG here, HT rather, HK. How's that for Bruce Henderson? 625, little NA28's pretty quick. 677, they're trying to hit the 650. was H11, Rob Wizard, Mr. Wizard Concreting. Oh yeah, got the L plates on. Is this Junior Goodingham, is it? God, look at this Aussie muscle. I mean, we've just seen a HK and a HT. Here's another beautiful example in the far lane, the PSR Pro Street lane. Got the Gulbies lane here as well. Good to see Christian here this morning. Both in the C class, NA 28s. We got to let them sing. Dean Goodingham in the Falcon, and Russell Tonkin, good old Russ. Both guys in NA 28s, and we're going to let them sing again here. Great music to the ears here on a beautiful Saturday morning. Yes, we got a few screaming eights out the back here at Morgan Park, heard this morning. Talk about an ambience. Talk about a background noise we can love. We love this stuff as well. Oh, 6:15 for us, 6:15, 7:36 beside him there for Dean, 7:36 at 94, 6:15 at 113 mile an hour. And remember, we're trying to get through everyone one run in the session and then allowing the next session to come and let them have one run. That's what we're trying to do here. However, I do notice Michael Whiten has managed to sneak back into this left lane. I'm not going to dob him in, but you know what we were trying to do. Tara Johnston beside. Yesterday, Tara spent more laps trying to hit 10.50 than most in that category. Now she's got to concentrate on hitting a 6.50 in the Supra. And remember, reaction times, we punish you above 1 second. Tara's taken a 0.21. She's taken a 0.21 deficit. She went 1.21 reaction time. Remember, one of the All-Star drag and drive rules is any reaction time above 1 second, we would add that elapsed time to your time. So the goal is to leave the line in under 1 second. Is to leave the line under 1 second, and you can claim all of that ET. You have a reaction time above 1 second, and we have to punish you. And again, it's a rule that a lot of people say, listen, that's a rule we can live with. All right, here we go. Trying to hit that 650 is H19. That is Jason Dawn, and I4 beside him is David Ritchie in the Falcon. All right, we're looking for a 650 and a 750 here. Let's have a look. 674, 734. So a little bit to find and a little bit to lose, all in the one run. Falcon's got to lose about 0.16 off the ET. We thought about that last night. Could you run quicker than the ET and then lose the reaction time? And then we figured that's two wrongs. Two wrongs didn't make a right, and we decided that we couldn't do that. You couldn't be that fluky anyway. Sam Todd out there in the Tower Lane, that 55 Chev beside him, I-14, Shane Moran. Beautiful cars the Moran boys have got in the shed, as well as, well, sold all their race car stuff. Now they've got the good street cars. Oh, the VN goes too early. Look, it doesn't matter for now. We could have pulled him back and run him because that's the sort of guys that we are. We don't say too bad, see you later. We would say, oh, look, you stuffed up, you realised your mistake, back up, and we'd put you back in. But we're going to have to send the VN basically nearly all the way down before we would start another run. That's called a bit of common sense, that. It's like, we better clear the track first before we send another car down at speed. Okay, there we go. Wheels up. How good's the Jungabunga track here? The Jungabunga prep is great. 157 for the 60 foot. 724. Everyone's going a bit too quick this morning. 724, trying to slow it down to a 750, that car. All right, here we go. Aussie Muscle, H27. That is Sam Todd. Beside him, I8, Mark Stone. We might have to turn this heater off in here, Dave, eh? I'm turning off the Dakin. I can't believe it's still working, but there it is. I mean, if that was a Mitsubishi Electric, I mean, it'd be fantastic. All right, there we go. Load them up, boys. Oh, the 660 looks great here today at Warwick. They hit the stripe right now. Oh, 754 on the 750. Reaction time's clean as well, 463. He had to do the water pump, did he? All right. Mark Stone, I tell you what, 754. 754. Good run for Mark Stone, very close to the mark, even though, what did he say? He had to do a water pump. Oh, my God. Bit of thrash happening around the place. All right, Dean Heidke out there, and up against H2, of course, is Rick Barnes in that hatchback. Okay, clean greens. Rick trying to find a 650 here. Geez, that thing's quick this morning. Everyone's making horsepower this morning. 621's too quick. 621 is too quick. Big shout out to everyone watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream. A few people already texting, including my good mate Pup, to say you're not as chipper as you were yesterday, and that's true. That's true. I'll be right. We'll be right. We'll get there. All right. Now, of course, the VT I11 lost a little bit there because he went just over the 1 second reaction time. Russell Weaver, 753. You know what? He's trying to run a 750. 753, he could take an 023 and put it on that and still be a good number. Russell Weaver, what about 665 beside for H26? That was Michael Sears with the commie. This is fantastic to see. Yes, so someone's already picking me up on the live stream this morning saying you're not as chipper as you were yesterday. So thanks for the feedback, mate. Thanks for the feedback. Bubba and I kind of wore ourselves out last night. We were having a great time. We almost were going to go live in the van just because we were having so much fun thinking, dude, this is too funny. Some of this stuff was just too funny. But I'm getting over a little bit of the flu and it's sort of just knocking me down a bit. Did get about 6 hours sleep. So I should be right. You know what I was catching up on? Street Week Sweden happened last weekend over there. So 5 tracks, 5 days. And you think Americans run pro mods on the street for drag and drive? You should see what the Swedes run on the street. Pro mods. There were that many pro mod Camaros, it wasn't funny. And of course the odd Volvo, which I love. H11 is Rob Wizard, Mr. Wizard concreting back. And that's Heidke back in the hot rod. Oh, listen to that. Yeah, I don't know how Simon O'Carroll's going on the street. Look, 662, that's not a bad run on that 650. And what about 755 for Heidke on a 750? Here come those numbers, folks. Here come the numbers. Yeah, no, the Kraken will be doing 0 street miles. I hope the Kraken's back there tomorrow. He went yesterday, that 419, off it at 3 seconds on the run. So hats off to Simon for adapting as quick as he's been doing. I honestly know that, you know, the guy's pretty good steerer, but now he's got the super serious equipment on board. That thing, he can be a good driver in that, absolutely. All right, Armstrong went triple O yesterday in the hatchback. He's not bad on the tree. Beside him is I2, which is that Bimmer. That's Benny Kinesis. Benny goes through and he'll run in the BMR 831, trying to run a 750. H22 for the hatchback, trying to run a 650. So rolled right off the throttle. 60 mile an hour at the end. So it left the line 60 foot 157 for the hatchback, 090 off the button. He went 000 yesterday, but you saw what it was. He's dragging the thing through the beams, take the top bulb out, then he held it on enough for the tree, and then goes 000. It's like, oh, I can't say that was skill, mate. Can't quite say every good reaction time is pure skill. Well, you can get a fair few bit through by class, and then the last 5% is arse, right? This is an Australian drag and drive. We're dodging Kangaroos named Latrell. H21 and H30 out there now. Listen to that thing. Jason Vanderland. Beside him is Ashley Hawkins trying to hit 650. Oh, 643. 774, but a 104 reaction time. Remember, about any reaction time over 1 second, that elapsed time after that is added. So in that case, 1043, which means you'd add 043 to your ET. And no one wants that. A lot of them were coming back yesterday. Cars that were hard to stage and boost, they were the ones that were, I shouldn't say they were getting punished, but they were teaching these guys how to leave on time, and it helped. Well, no, you'll be right, Dave. Dave will be cutting O-lights before too long. Dave Knightley out there in the commie, and here is our friend in the Falcon again. Is that right? I-16. Well, that's Troy O'Hare, first run of the day. Oh, 57 for O'Hare, 757 trying to hit 750, 711 for Knightley trying to hit 650. Okay, I-16 is now Troy O'Hare. Troy O'Hare in the HQ. Hello, thank you for that. It was lovely. H5, of course, is Adrian. Brandy's probably trying to do YouTubes in between and everything. Oh, reaction time. He's going to get punished here, Brandy. That's a big reaction time. He's trying to run a 650 here. Oh, 751. 751 there beside for O'Hare and 637 for Brandy, but a 7-second reaction time. So that adds about 6.12 seconds. That's like a 12.4 over the 8th for Adrian with the reaction time. Mind you, Derek O'Hare goes 751 trying to hit a 750. Geez, Derek you nearly park it after that. Why would you try and crack that again? Unless someone else comes and goes 750, and that has happened before. All right, been trying to slow this ute down yesterday. Luke Fram, we know this thing can go way quicker than 1050 and way quicker than 650, but he's got to try and hit 650. Issues here for the Nova, that's no good. That's I6, that's, sorry, not I6, I2, Benny Kinesis. So Benny pushing the Nova back. But the tray back, yeah. This car has got way more performance than its tech capability at the moment. It would need, even though this car's pretty all well set up, it's maybe about getting sort of IHRA licenses and stuff. I think he's right for a racer's license. Runs it on through. Oh, 646 trying to hit a 650. You know what? 1020 reaction time. That still makes it a 648. 648.7. That's one you could almost would have used. But again, as we said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. 676 there for the Nova. No good. A little too quick to try and run 750. All right. What have we got? The big Senator back there. H28 trying to run a 1050. H28 is Lucan Grieg. Beside him, I7, Kareem Patini. Kareem in the, what are we, VT, VX. Trying to run a 750 today in the VX. The Senator trying to run a 650. Allstars Drag and Drive, day number 2. Beautiful weather. Quite warm now that the sun's out. Track will be up the temp in no time, even though we were way low single figures yesterday here. There we go, look, 192 reaction time for the VX, so there's a lot of ET going to be washed off. Oh, 683, not bad. 723, too quick, but it's also got a 0.92 deficit. Here it is. Here's the car. Now, normally when you see guys with headlights out, they are using that for turbo intake. But Danny Lansdowne, the Lansdowne family Commodore, is in a little bit of bad shape because they hit Latrell last night. They hit the big kangaroo called Latrell. And he's trying to run a 650 here. And again, he had this thing so softened up. He's on wastegate spring. 7.04, trying to hit a 650, not a bad first hit. And it wasn't actually Danny driving when he hit the roo, it was Seth. Seth's first Kangaroo. I went back to see him try and fix the car. Kylie couldn't get out of the passenger side because the door wouldn't open. And they are trying to get the guard off the tyre of that Commodore yesterday. Well, last night. It was last night, probably 9 o'clock, 9:30. Damien Boyce had hit one. He hit the small one, and then they hit the big one called Latrell. And I said to Seth, he's standing at the driver's door, and I said, "Is this the first Kangaroo you've ever hit?" And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "This is a grown-up moment. This is a man-making moment." And Dad's not angry, Mum's not angry. Everyone was fine. They're back here running on day 2. All right, so H9 is out there right now again. Well, H9, we might be double entry here. H9, Patrick Smith. And an I-17, Wade Moran. No, Wade Moran. And H9. Yeah, I just got the lane swap there. Patrick Smith, I think that's what we've got. Got the LS RX-7 in one lane. And Moran in the Mustang. So we're just holding it up for the moment. Little timing system warning. Just got to do a little timing system shutdown for a sec, and we'll pull them back for in the short term. Just pull them back for the moment. Little timing system reset that we will do just popped up. Come on, Jesse. I don't believe in Commentator's curse. That's not good news. Not good news. Matt Francis, done a rod. I mean, all I did was just talk up his previous. I did talk him up to say he's done a lot of racing in this car, but that sounds like that's too much racing. He's found the limit of the rods. So that's unfortunate, I tell you what. All right, so just doing a little timing reset here, so just bear with us for a sec. But some other great stuff that happened yesterday, I tell you. As I said, we flicked through. Now, all CompuLink can give us yesterday was the first 64 quickest cars, right? At the end of yesterday, the 64th quickest ET was a 1060. So we have got 63 cars in this drag and drive quicker than a 1060. That is pretty amazing when you think about it. Very, very good to see that the Southeast Queensland drag and drive scene has this amazing performance limit. And mind you, even though, look, I've got the list from yesterday, we go all the way down to, like, even into the hundreds. So we even at the 106th quickest car, the 106th quickest car was still running 1240. So the 106th quickest car was a 1240. So over 100 cars quicker than 1240. And as I said, over 64 cars quicker than a 1060. And then considering that yesterday, would you believe, and you wouldn't get this in too many other drag and drives anywhere in the world. As far as the quickest 3 yesterday, the quickest was a 4-cylinder Honda-powered Celica at 766. The second quickest is a 2JZ, so 6-cylinder Toyota-powered Corolla panel van at a 769. The third quickest was an LS1-powered VN at 785. Pat Shaw at his Hilux had gone 791, and Ben Vlecken, of course, in the Turbo LS VH Commodore had gone 799 and change. He had plenty more than that coming, but it burned itself up or did something, just sort of about 900 foot rolled off the throttle, smoke coming out of the car, and it still ran a 799. We had Jono McDade then come out in his Nissan Silvia with the 2JZ Supermotor in it and went 802 in the street-driven Silvia yesterday. Matt Lampard, of course, Lumper from Warrnambool. He's made the trek up here earlier this month and was doing the Kenda before leaving it here for the drag and drive. He even told me last night he's leaving it here to run Jambo. So Lumper's going to leave it up here and do Jambo as well. Obviously, where he is at Warrnambool, not always a drag strip there for him other than Portland, which is, you know, the next town over. But for Lumper, he's leaving it up here in southeast Queensland. The man is I told him, Lumper, you come up here, man. You'll fall in love with southeast Queensland. And Lumper's going to leave it here, probably to run in J275 later in the year. So 8.04 from Lumper. That happened later in the day. Shane Baker, of course, Warwick's own. Holden-powered VH Commodore went 8.09 yesterday at Willowbank over the quarter. Chris Carsberg, of course, Warwick's own as well. The LS Turbo Tirana yesterday went 8.14 over the quarter. Mason El Haluli in his Commodore, VH Commodore, went 8.23. Paul Butler, now this isn't this great. This is southeast Queensland for you. The Nana Gemini, so the little Holden Gemini with the SR20 went 8.30 yesterday over the quarter. He only ran 2 runs yesterday. Nana came out, I think, in the first pairing and went 8.31. Came out at the end of the day and thought he put Nana down one more time and it went 8.30. And that's enough for that. John Vesnaver in the Pro HR Ute. Now, look, he was running in the 850 class. So he tried all day to hit an 850, but he ran as quick as 831. He had 860s, 850s, 860s, 840s. And you know what? You know the best thing about a car like that is that when we turned up at the Leyburn pub last night at 7 o'clock, guess what was out the front? The HR Ute. He'd flogged the thing all day yesterday, but yet here he was out at the checkpoint, and he'd already been to Toowoomba, and here he was at Leyburn having dinner. And we turn up and Pro HR sitting out there. So John Vesnaver was sitting there in the HR. He went as quick as 8.31 yesterday, trying to run that 850. Matt Coleman went 8.39 yesterday. Jamie Swifty trying to hit the 850, ran an 8.40. Luke Page in the Barra Utility went 8.41. Naomi Vandertocht, she tried all day. She's got the Nissan Silvia, the yellow one, I'm own. It's got the 2JZ Supermotor in it, but it's got an 8-speed transmission in it. She finally got the auto sorted, and she went 8.43 with that car at the end of the day. Disco Dean in the Barra-powered Escort van not only ran an 8.47, trying to hit an 8.50. I think he handed in like an 8.52 or an 8.53, Disco Dean, yesterday. And that Escort panel van will be out here shortly. That's Barra-powered. Australia. Michael Bazile, well, that club sport, I think he hit an 8.48 here on the list, but what we didn't see, because, again, CompuLink will only show you the quickest ETs everyone ran, he hit an 8.50, I think, with a 1. I remember that run yesterday from Bazile. It went like 8.50 with a 1. So, literally, that was the ET to get out of here yesterday, well, out of Willowbank yesterday. Mark Ross in his VL Commodore went 8.57. Sangy, Jason Sang, he handed in an 8.57. And that was, I believe, a PB, but he did say he had to leave the second kit alone to do that. He said it was either going to wheel stand and wash off ET. But he handed in the 57 yesterday and hit the road. Shane O'Reilly, 8.66. Warwick Meldrum, that Barra-powered VF Valiant, 8.67. William Yarwood, of course, the Supra Street car, 8.69. Guy King, the I think it's a 2J or 1J in the Corolla wagon, 8.76. Stu Henry, Mr. Stu Henry, 8.76. Aspo. Michael McGregor in that wagon that you'll see out here with the big roof rack, 8.83. So do I need to mention any more? How many 8-second drag and drive street cars have we got running around? I tell you. Oh, he's still got issues trying to get this gearbox to work. I tell you, I was giving him grief yesterday. It's an LS in an RX-7, and it's not handling the organ transplant too well. The tranny, whether it is something tricky like a Tiptronic or something, I think it is something like that, because when you do hear the thing go down the track, you can hear it banging gears almost like it's a clutchless, but it is an auto. Oh, is it? Well, if it's a Jeep thing, that'll also explain why it's a bit cantankerous, because there are those Tiptronics out there. So beside him, Patrick Smith, get this, trying to run a 650 goes 754. But again, this RX-7 did this a handful of times yesterday. Gets himself stranded, whether he's got to turn the thing off, turn the thing back on, find the gears and go again. But when he walks it off the line, so this is when he gives it hell, it seems to just drop out of gear, and he's hard to get the gears. But when he kind of grannies it off the line, you can hear him go bang with like through the gear. So whether it is one of those whether he's got something like the 8-speed in there. I know there's a few guys playing with them, and as we said, Naomi's got one of those in the iMoan Sylvia, and that does need a lot of tweaking. You can obviously infinitely adjust those things as far as shift is concerned, harshness, quickness, whatever. All right, couple of 1050 cars yesterday, now rolling in the water, trying to run the 650 over the 8th. All right, H3, Ryan Stewart. Ryan Stewart over there in the VH. And Andy Blom here in the Tirana. LH and the VH. And again, Americans wouldn't always understand when we're talking about that. You know, you could have an XB with a 393 C4 35 spline 90. You could have an LH with an LS and a TH 350. God, we're going bump city here. Tell you what, we're going to slow that wagon down because that ain't a 650. That's a 598. That's a little too quick for the 650, sir. However, we'll take the 684 from the Tirana and say, well, that's enough. 598, way too quick. The air is basically perfect for horsepower right now. I mean, we are still nice and cold out there. Cold and dry, just the way we like it. That's how I like my Canadian clubs. And also, yeah, so we're a couple of 1,000 foot up though, but it's still good air. This morning, Jason Mears, he's out there in the VH, and of course, Mr. Wilson, Dean Wilson. I think we said, well, 1J in this EK, so that's a 1J in an EK. Is it a 2J in an EK? 2J in an EK. Oh, 652. 652 chasing a 650. Wilson, he was close to the 1050 yesterday. He did a killer run yesterday, but he got punished by reaction time over that 1 second. H4, 737 there beside for Jason Mears. All right, here's Boyce's first run of the day. Damien Boyce. And H25, Mick Arnold. Oh, Mick Arnold, the GT. T56 on board this thing. It's small block and a T56. Just the way they loved them back in the day. Oh, Mick had to spin the tyres a bit there. A little bit of wheel spin for Reiki. 675, not a bad first hit there for Boise. 802. It's almost like there was a little bit of a bog off the line there for Mick. Not quite enough RPM to walk it off the line. But tell you what, 675, not bad for Boise. Oh, I do love the H class. It was giving us the tightest battles yesterday, the tightest battles. As close to that 1050 as possible. All right, Mark Arnold now, so Bluey out there, and Steve Tolley. Oh, Bluey hits the tree. Bluey hits the tree hard. He was going high 10s yesterday. 702 for Bluey, trying to hit a 650. Oh, Tolley, 656. We got a bunch in the 6.5 something. And that is sad to see on the tilt tray, disappearing down into the exit, is the HQ panel van. He was close to leading yesterday in his class. Everyone's already blaming me for that. The commentator's curse. You talked him up and he kicks rods out in the burnout in the first one today. That can't be all my fault. It can't be my fault. I didn't weaken the connecting rods in that from racing the thing excessively. That's Matty Francis. That's all of Matty Francis, unfortunately. Well, Jesse Ferguson goes, you put the mocker on him. Jesse gets on to message me going, you put the mockers on him, he kick rods out. I go, well, I'm sorry that I ever gave anyone a rap. I'll never do it again. Until this run. There we are. Tell you what, we've got the dyno going here. We've got the race weather happening right here. I'll try and get into that in a sec. All right, out there, Mr. H1. He was ready to enter when it was time. That is Aris Contolian out there, H1. Aristides Contolian. Well, I suppose he's got to go back to running the streetcar. I think he hurt the Coppo at the last Kenda. H14 is Nicole Willett. She went 1060 yesterday. All right, trying to both hit 650. Let's have a look. Nicole, 673. Aris, 695. There we are. So first runs out of the blocks for Aris and Nicole. But yeah, Nicole yesterday. So what have we got there? We got for those people that are interested, grains, moisture grains, 37. Air density, 95.24. None of that makes any sense to me, that one there, Dave. You've given me something I've got no way of me. It says the temperature feels like 16.4, but it's 14. Humidity, 51%. 968 barometric pressure. All right, here we go. Trying to hit 650. That is Max McClay up against Sam Todd, 684, 661. 684, 661. All right, when I see E on the window, we know that we need to keep our trap shut for a bit because we want the NA guys to have a bit of breath. Joel Cunningham and Darren Parker. So these are the 235, 255 NA cars. There you go, 716 and a 728. So 716 there for Joel and a 728 there for Darren Parker. I don't know how we're going for 235, 255 NA. If I go through my list, we'll find it somewhere. What's our quickest E car from yesterday? I'm going through. Our quickest E car. It's got to be Stu, actually, to be honest. Our quickest E car by a while, if he's in that class. E10. Yeah, so our quickest E-class car yesterday was Stu Henry at 876. So I think when we're in those classes, the multiplication factor comes in times 1.6. All right, here he is. He got to the Leyburn pub checkpoint, he reckons, at 11 o'clock last night, all the way from Sunshine, Victoria. That is Mr. Noel Inman in the 103-year-old 1922 Ford Senatee. And you know what? If it's Noel Inman, he's going to give us a dry hop here. He's got a C4 in this, a very stout Windsor and a C4. Lanes for this session are closing at 1 minute, then the prep, then the big boys. There we go. So we're going to close the lanes in a sec, just for the moment, do a bit of prep, bring the big boys there. No dry hop. No dry hop. Kevy Brown beside him. Kevy goes 589. That is stout. 692 there for Noel Inman, trying to hit the 650. So it's time for a little bit of prep. We've got Junga out there on the rotator ready to go. That second session not too far away, so we will get those cars in the lanes, please. Session number 2. And I'll bring that back up. I had it here. Dully sent it to me in a message. Here we go. Session 2. Grab that merchandise while you can down at the JOH tent. So that tent's right beside the control tower here. Get the Allstars Drag and Drive merchandise, exclusive merchandise. Of course, if you love pink and black, you're going to love this merchandise because that's the DC and Dullies and Allstars Drag and Drive paint scheme, black and pink. Come and grab that great merchandise. We've got caps, we've got hoodies, we've got the shirts, you name it, we've got it down here. Grab that merch right now. So session 2, you can come to the lanes now, please. Lane 3 for quarantine for only the below. Right? Lane 7, you can go the 8.5 car. Can you go to lane 7? 8.5 to lane 7 now, please. Lane 6, Pro Import. Lane 6, Pro Import. Quarantine for the below only can get into those lanes too. Lane 5, Force 235. Lane 5, Force 235. Lane 4, Force 28s and Unlimited. So lane 4 now, please. You can get to the lanes now, please. Lane 4, Force 28s and Unlimited. Lane 5, Force 235. Lane 6, Pro Import. Lane 7, 8.5/5.5. And lane 3, Quarantine for the classes we just mentioned. So lane 3, if you're in the top 3, you can go to lane 3. The rest that aren't in quarantine, you can go to those respective lanes. Lane 7, 8.5 to the lanes, please, if you're not in quarantine. Lane 6, Pro Import. Lane 5, Force 235. Lane 4, Force 28s. So plenty of great action to come. And good to see people on the live chat. We've got a nice group this morning. Big eye to Shane and Lynn and everyone that's been saying g'day. Make sure you like and share. I did that yesterday. Here's a question. What's the question? How far is Warwick from Willowbank for everyone to drive? It's about an hour, like point to point. If you were to say, let's leave and coming up the Cunningham Highway, you come up, of course, the range. Got to go through Arachula, and then you're sort of coming up the Cunningham's Gap. And then, yeah, basically, I think it's about an hour. If you're coming... If you're on the Dragon Drive, well, look, it's a bit longer than that because guess what? We sent you from Willowbank to Toowoomba, had to stop at 6 Boost and Impress Fab, and then you had to come to the Leyburn pub. And then, of course, everyone had to go to the Leyburn pub, and there was a designated checkpoint, take a photo out the front for them, and then you could come back to Warwick any time before now. And again, there's more course to do between now and Willowbank tomorrow. So that's it. So a good question there. Yeah, about an hour. Like if you live in Brisbane, you know, to get to Warwick, allow yourself 2 and a bit hours, right? Willowbank to here, about an hour. And we were just joking about that yesterday because Drag and Drive comes in so many different formats. You know, of course, you hear about Sick Week and Drag Week and everything like that, and Rocky Mountain Race Week and Alaska Race Week. I was watching footage from last night from Street Week Sweden, which is a 5-day Drag and Drive in Sweden. They're mad for the Drag and Drive stuff, but I was watching a couple of YouTubers last night, you know, because that's what I do when I haven't been calling drag racing all day, is I want to catch up on more drag racing when I'm relaxing, right?
You call it yourself?
I don't call it to myself. I should. Actually, you should hear the commentator for Street Week Sweden. I don't know what he's on, but I'll be having what he's having, I can tell you. So the pro mod over there, like we joke about the American drag and drivers and how you can literally have pro mods on the street. Well, they take that and add another 15% of insanity. The Swedes, what their drag and drive cars look like, they are unadulterated race cars with the license plates on them. There is no way in the world we could possibly ever see. Put it this way, if you're willing to drive it, we're not going to probably call it illegal. But this is what we say to anyone that ever enters a drag and drive. We are not responsible for how street legal your car is. We trust you can drive your car point to point, checkpoint to checkpoint, come and be not only tech legal to run at all the tracks, but if the cops pull you over and go through you, it's not our fault. It's no one's fault except the owner's vehicle. So, of course, we're not going to let pro mods run on there, but they would be impounded in no time flat. If you saw the drag and drivers that they let run at Street Week Sweden, either the cops are so laid back, or it might be a national week of holidays for the cops, because there's no way in the world this stuff would wash down under. It wouldn't. You're not driving the Kraken down there. But even like there was a guy I was watching there last night. He's done a Toyota Supra, right? So there's an import class like that over there too, right? So here it is, Toyota Supra. You're going to see a couple of Toyota Supras here today. We've got them. William Yarwood, it runs 860s. Tara Johnson, low 10s, high 9s. They're a couple of real street Supras, right? Now, Will's runs in the 8s with an auto, right? This guy's got a Supra. Looks very much like Will. Same colour. But this thing has got a lift-off front, full tube, double frame rails chassis, massive tyres under the back of it. It had a Dart Block 2J in it. This thing's 2,000 plus horsepower, 3-speed auto. This thing, I saw it run a 440 in the 8th at Mantorp, right? And that track barely prepped, by the way. It's amazing they get down what they get down there. So there was a bunch of cars in that mid to low 4 seconds over the 660. This Supra, no way in the world would that survive this drive. You would not think. So obviously the Swedish roads probably not as, and you know Sweden, those things are going to be immaculate. So yes, you can probably drive a Pro Mod on Swedish roads. They're probably very, very nice, right? You are not driving Pro Mods on Aussie roads. And I tell you what, the boys tried to pick a drive that was on decent roads, and that's good. 98% of the time we are going to do that. They've already said in the briefing this morning, between here and the course to get back to Willowbank by tomorrow, yes, the Cunningham Highway is some of that. Yes, there are some potholes. Yes, they've been repaired. But you may need a step ladder to get out of them. And just like we always say to people, drive to the conditions. If you feel the thing's bumpy and ridiculous, slow down. Pick your, try and pick your course. But, they're not running. Those guys over there are not going to run on these roads, and we won't. And you know what? Our laws won't let them run those cars ever on these roads. So, yes, the evolution of the Australian drag and drive car is going down a completely different path to, say, the United States and Sweden. Now, of course, they do a race week in the UK as well, so it's an international language. It is probably right now one of the hottest, and I'll say this, one of the hottest forms of drag racing we've got in the world. Drag and drive is now an international language. Everyone gets the concept. Drag the car, drive it to the next track, take a trailer, pack what you want, full Survivor series, like full Survivor mode, try and get to the next track. Now, if we were to tell our friends in Sweden, we do a drag and drive here in Australia, oh, but you've got to watch out because they love Australia. Oh, kangaroos. Oh, we love a kangaroos. No, not when you're doing 100k an hour and you run into one. Let's see the Swedes bring them here. Let's see them come up Cunningham's Gap in a Pro Mod. Let's see them come from the Leyburn pub back to Warwick in the dark and see how many kangaroo stories we have or how many burnt out converters we've got coming up Cunningham's Gap. They're just not made for the conditions. Also, the weather conditions over there, in spring over there, it is so hot, it's so hot, 24 degrees, So,
we get kangaroos on our track.
Yeah, we got kangaroos at the track. We got them everywhere. So, yeah, Sydney Dragway. I think they had to shut a street meet down the other week because they had a rogue kangaroo that wouldn't go away. He had it shaved into his back, CFMEU in his back there. He was having a little, I think it was the KFMEU for him. It was the Kangaroos for making everyone uncomfortable. Yeah, so he was there. But, one of those things, I tell you. All right, so another call for the lanes, please. So our session number 2 going to get underway very, very soon. This is Allstars Drag and Drive, day 2, beautiful Warwick Dragway. Session 2, lane 7, 8.5 to the lanes, please. 8.5. Yeah, the lanes are filling up pretty good. Pro Import lane 6, Force 235 to lane 5. Force 28s and Unlimited to lane 4. Nice bunch in the lanes now, ready to do it. Absolutely ready to do it. Bubba has only very faint memories of coming to Warwick. I think he did come up. We did do a street machine drag challenge years ago, and I think Bubba was part of that. So I had to familiarise himself with the place. And we went right down the end and looked back up the track and said, look at this, mate. Look at this beautiful place. No, well, he can't really sort of remember it from then, but he's been to a few tracks, Bubba, and honestly, talking to him last night, he's a little younger than me, so there's a slight generation gap from when he sort of got involved in the sport, especially with his own car, to what he's doing now, and we're having a great time. I tell you what, he says he has a hell of a... You might have seen him actually on the Tough Streeters stuff, him and Barry Hall. Now, word is... Bubba's going to have to confirm this because I'm sure they'll probably touch base with each other before the end of the day. There was a very good chance Mr. Barry Hall was coming up for a look here today because yesterday he wasn't able to do anything yesterday. Barry lives on the Gold Coast, right? And Barry goes, what's it like coming from the Gold Coast to Warwick? It's actually not a bad drive from the Gold Coast. So we're hoping we're going to see Big Baz here sometimes by the end of the day. Be good to see Big Baz come up here. Of course, Bubba and Baz, kind of on the same, page, isn't it, when they do all their Tough Streeter stuff? We had a few other great ideas for them for the future, actually, because the cars that they are putting together, you can be guaranteed if you ever win one of those cars, those things get built like proper, right? And I know because I'm talking to one of my good mates, Frankie from Dandy Engines. Not only did Dandy do a lot of the engines for those cars, especially if it's an XW or an XY, guess who gets to fit those cars off personally? Frank does it for them, right? So you're getting a car put together by probably some of the very best people in the industry. So if you ever win like a car from Tough Streeters, you know you're getting something that's built like full resto car for that. So just be mindful if you ever want to get into the Tough Streeters deals to try and win one of those things. And you should see some of the builds that they're continuing to bring. It's incredible. Then we thought of an idea where maybe if they got Carl Cox to oversee a build in the future, because, you know, Frank and Coxie are good mates and everything, that maybe one day Coxie could do Tough Streeters a special Carl Cox edition car to give away. We thought, how cool would that be? Imagine if he said, especially because it had to be a Ford, because Coxie's a Ford nut, right? I know he's got Holdens and stuff and hot rods in his collection, but imagine a special Carl Cox edition Tough Streeter build. That'd be a mint thing we were talking about. But while we're doing this final little bit of prep before the next session, and going to hang on to your hats here, folks, because this session, we've already seen how good the track was. It's pulling a lot of our 1050 cars or 650 cars. You can see them getting pulled down on the line. Pretty good traction. The stuff that's going to come up in this next session, I'm having a look at them down the lanes here already. It's ramped up a little here, folks. So if you just got here, you're going to be ready for this next session, because what we've got in the lanes here are predominantly Southeast Queensland's quickest drag and drive cars that we've got, and the variety is incredible. I mean, we're not all just going down the one route here, even though, yes, add up the Commodores down there, and hey, but add up the Toyotas down there. It's like Aussie drag and drive. We got more Toyotas, more Toyota power, more old school Toyota. We're throwing in a few Nissan Silvias this weekend. No, we haven't, but apparently he's around. Corolla paddle van, Corolla station wagon. Yeah, we don't talk about that too much in American drag and drives, all the Corollas running around. They'd laugh the Corollas away, wouldn't they? Except they come and look at the Aussie Corollas and they run like sevens. And even the little street one here of Guy King, I think that's got a 2J in that thing. That ran like an 8 yesterday. Like, hey? I think, look, I saw cam belts off the front of it, so I think it's a 2J in that. Yeah, I don't think it's a Barra in that. I'd certainly know if I saw a Barra in a Corolla. It's like when you go and look at Disco Deans. Hey, here's something funny I watched last night. Street Weeks Sweden, day 0. So in other words, the check-in day. He goes up to this Ford Anglia, 105E Anglia. It's got a Barra in it. Ford Anglia with a Barra in it. So there we go. That was in Sweden. That happened nearly 2 weeks ago in Sweden. And here's this Barra-powered Ford Anglia doing drag and drives in Sweden. So it's crazy. We've got to thank all of our great sponsors, including Craig from RCE Performance Warehouse. One-stop destination for all your performance needs, including Mickey Thompson Tyres, Autometer, Caltrax, Jezel, TurboSmart, MSD, Haltech, Aeroflow. They've got them all. Thank you, Craig. Great on the live stream too. Here, of course, RCE Performance Warehouse. We also thank Pat Shaw. Now, Pat's coming out in the Hilux here shortly. Equipment Services Australia, so that's ESA. They're a diverse company providing maintenance services to the mining, civil, automotive and marine industries, and I'd say Mr. Pat Shaw's pretty busy with that. And when he's not busy, his recreational vehicle is that boosted Hilux down there. I still don't know what engine's in that. They're less in that or something, isn't it? Because remember, we also got a V8 Corona here. What is it with Aussies and drag racing and Toyotas? Coronas, Corollas, we got it. Force 28's another great class. So ESA sponsors Unlimited. RDW, of course, that's RD Williams, Steve Ham, the great sponsor of Force 28's. RDW are 100% Australian owned and operated. Reinvest all their profits into the growth of the business, contribute to the general employment, and proudly pay all our taxes in Australia. That's a nice thing to put in the spiel, isn't it? They extensive range of machinery, parts, attachments, repairs and servicing solutions. So that excavation industry, we're moving dirt. We move dirt like every day of the year in this country. And RDW is there to fix them when you need them fixed. NA28's great sponsor here too. Revolutionary Resto and Race. Let me tell you, thank you, Adam Rinn, for that. This is what blows me away. Not only full restorations for classic cars, not only just custom paint, including flames and airbrushing, concept to completion resto mod builds, custom fab work, engine building, not only in-house or outsourcing. They do the upholstery, they do metal flake, low rider, stripe work, lace. Isn't that crazy? They do all of that stuff. They also do custom chroming and full colour systems, alternative to chroming. You can put on plastics and wood. They can even do upholstery restoration, interior repairs of panels, as well as recreating the wood grain and special effects.
Yeah, 22 cars in there.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. They flat out. I was talking to Matty Mack the other day. Revolutionary Resto and Race is going off the deep end. Thank you for sponsoring NA28s. Force 235 category, our sponsors, JJ Contractors. That's Jono McDade. You'll see him out in this session with his beautiful, again, another Nissan Silvia we have in this part of the world with a Toyota Supra 2JZ under the bonnet. Renovations and construction experts. The full team of qualified carpenters work alongside Johnny, the licensed builder. Collectively, they possess all the extensive expertise to do renos, new homes, commercial projects and more. As I've said before, Dangerous, as we've talked about this for years, the guys that run things like Radial, Drag and Drive, a lot of those guys, a lot of these guys are a blue-collar success. In other words, they're tradies with good businesses, especially in construction. If I could give you a top 20 concreters we've got in drag racing, I could give you a top 10 builders. I know a few plumbers, know a few sparkies. I know some great aircon guys. So Johnny McDade and JJ Contractors, he builds you the house if you want. He's the sponsor of Force 235. Now, Kyle Parker sponsoring NA235 and 255. That's Parker's Shed. Now, halfway through this read, this is what you should do, pre-read stuff. I thought he was in the shed business, but he's got a shed. In the shed, he does all sorts of things. Bespoke parts, race-ready upgrades, complex modifications. They've got a team of skilled fabricators in Parker's Shed, committed to delivering cutting-edge solutions to meet the unique demands of motorsport enthusiasts. So they specialise in custom fabrication at Parker's Shed, the deep passion for motorsport. Yes, they could do anything you want. You wanted to get some other stuff fabricated, they do it. But again, if it's something for a car, their workshop is driven by precision, innovation, and the relentless pursuit of excellence. That's their words, not mine. So Parker's Shed. Thanks very much, Kyle Parker, for sponsoring the NA235 class. The Pro 850 class, we're going to see that here shortly. Our sponsor for that is Benny Vlecken. Of course, the beautiful VH PSI wagon that is probably a little bit worse for wear by the sound of it after might have hurt something yesterday. In the engine, as far as the autos are concerned, automatic transmissions are also just that tricky thing you want the right person looking at. And Elite Automatics do that, whether it's just servicing, rebuilds, performance builds, comprehensive repairs, shift optimization. No matter what auto transmission you got, Elite Automatics can look after that for you. It's located in Brizzy in the Browns Plains area. Thank you, Ben Vlecken, for the Pro 850 class. Now, the Pro 1050 class is brought to us by EMAE. That's Stu Walsh's business. Now, he is heavy-duty solutions for heavy-duty machines, auto electrical services for earth moving and heavy equipment. So right back to our big earth movers here. Whether or not it's fault diagnostics or a full rewire, you want to do some lighting upgrades or a GPS install, mobile service is available as well. Fast turnarounds for EMAE, expert technicians when downtime isn't an option. Stu Walsh's business. Trust the pros in heavy equipment electrics, EMAE, proud sponsor of 1050. The Pro 1150 category brought to us by Rob Wizard. I love it when the guys are, they're racers and they're happy to be sponsors as well. And I talked to him this morning. He's the king of concrete, just like my mate Billy Shelton and Alan Dodd and all the other guys that we know are the kings of the concrete. That grey gold that they pour every day. Rob Wizard does it. Wizard Concreting, they deliver the high-quality concreting services. Wizard Concreting for residential, commercial and industrial projects. From driveways to slabs and decorative finishes, they do it all. Built to last and done right the first time, no matter whether you just want some plain brushed or whether you want some exposed aggregate. You can do it all, these guys. Wizard Concreting, thanks, Rob, for your sponsorship. Now, To Infinity, another great sponsor. That's Mohammed Koya. He's running in the Pro Import class, so I think we're going to see his Supra out here shortly. To Infinity supplies high-performance parts built for the speed, strength, and serious results. Intakes and exhausts, turbos to nitrous. They got what you need to push your build to the next level. We've got his number here, or just jump on to 2infinity.au. That's the website. The number 2, Infinity with Y at the end, .au. They're proud sponsors of the Pro Import category this weekend. Now, this Cruise Crew, I've seen a little bit of them around. I've seen the entry list here. Iconic Constructions, that's Michael McGregor. He's running in Pro 850. Sponsoring the Cruise Crew, Iconic Constructions, another one of these builders, mate. Built to impress, built to last. New homes and renovations, even decks, roofing, fences, retaining walls, shop fit-outs. Iconic Constructions, Mick and the team, deliver quality craftsmanship and reliable service. If you want to think big, they can handle those knockdown rebuilds, bring your dream home to life. Can you imagine getting a house built from scratch, built by car guys? They'll go, now look, we've just done a redraw. Yeah, yes, you can fit 4 cars in it, but now we've got to go back to 4 bedrooms. I know you wanted 5. I know you wanted the media room, but look, we've just done this design. Get your 5 cars in there if you want. That's the sort of build. And a hoist. Like, we've even made that this high, right? But just for you, we've also done the man cave off the side because we know that you'd go for that as well. And you go, you know what, boys, when can you build it? I just can't get one. 2 years, I don't know. We've got to thank not only, this is a great one too, when we thank Grau Racing. We were talking about Chris yesterday. Grau Racing, I mean, we talked about the Ekka yesterday, how big their one was at the Ekka this year and how good I think in the future. I think we've got to get behind these guys, Grau Racing. Because it's for car enthusiasts of all ages, interested in vehicles of all types. So, yes, we're biased towards drag racing, drag and drive, yep. But Grau Racing, they know there's more out there. If it's got wheels, I'm pretty sure they're into it, right? So Grau Racing, fueled by passion, the club hosts events, has a dedication to supporting and uniting the community. And if you didn't get to that one at the Ekka this year, that Grau Racing expo they had there, it was fantastic to do. It kind of took over from what used to be the motor show and the hot rod show. Thanks, Chris at Grau Racing. Great media sponsor of ours, Only Pros Electrical, professional and affordable tradespeople. Thank you, Ryan Stewart, for all your electrical, air conditioning and security needs. Let Only Pros Electrical turn you on. Another one, a great sponsor too, KBE Race Fab and Performance. Kevy Brown, he's running an NA235 with that Commodore, but known Kevy for a long time. Kevy Brown, KBE Race Fab and Performance. We also thank Street and Race Fabrications. We also sponsor, also love to thank our media sponsor, Drift Bar. Now check this out, Matt Savage is running in the 1050 class, but Drift Bar is up at Caloundra, right? So next time you're in Caloundra on the sunny coast, it's number 30, the Esplanade. So think of Drift. Think of Tokyo Drift. Think Fast and Furious. Drift Bar. Go there for breakfast, lunch or dinner. Drinks, they're open daily from 7 a.m. till late. Live music on the Esplanade there at Caloundra. They're a great media sponsor of ours as well, the Drift Bar. Also our trailer sponsors. Now remember, we've got a trailer giveaway. Every entrant to Allstars Drag and Drive got a free entry into the draw. The trailer's on display beside the JOH tent here, which is near the tower. This is, I almost call it the ultimate drag and drive trailer. I mean, it's been custom built for drag and drive. We've got to thank a lot of guys for that. Kim went from Off the Grid, Ken Day from Hydromet Construction Management, Tim Stafford from Tim Fab, Pete Cartwright from Service Correction and Protection, Rick Barron from Atlas Batteries, Zach Armott from Timra, of course, Dully and Amy from JOH, Fast Lane, Danny Case, of course, Dan and Dully, DC Industries in general. Thank you for contributing towards that trailer. And we've already opened this up to the entrance this morning. You got a free entry in that draw to win that trailer. If you wanted another ticket in the draw as an entrant, it's another No, I'm just looking at you while I'm doing it. It's another $50. So if you're an entrant and you think, you know what, I like that trailer so much, I'd love to give myself double the chances, you can go and buy another ticket for $50 in that draw. You must be at Willowbank tomorrow when we draw it, and someone's going to win that trailer. I'm sure it'll be right near the end of trophies. We've got these beautiful billet trophies to give away tomorrow. But then at the end of trophies, I'm sure we'll be giving that trailer away. You must stay. You must be present to receive the trailer. If you are not there, I don't know whether this is available. If you're saying, oh, I won't be there, I'll leave the ticket with you, my friend. I don't know whether we can allow that. I think the rules are rules. We've got rules to stick to, so you must be present. You must be the person receiving the trailer at the end. So that's going to happen. But if you need more tickets, entrance, you can go and pay $50 and get another ticket in that draw for tomorrow afternoon. Our checkpoint sponsor was Zarafas Yamano, Jason Mears. Our reaction time sponsor, thank you, Super Cheap, every day of the 3 days. Gift cards per day to the pro classes, best reaction times. Interstate travel sponsor, BP Turnham nominees. Trent and Matt, thanks for that. We almost scored ourselves a fuel card ourselves yesterday, but we just whacked some diesel in it at the bottom of the hill there at Arachula and made the cruise up from that. So great sponsors to have on board. These guys have been planning this for a long time, and it was so good to see. What did we get? 130 odd yesterday turn up. We hope we want to keep 100 plus here today. I know that a few may have dropped out. But unfortunately, and if you are watching the live stream, I apologise for the commentator's curse. Matty Francis, oh my God, Matty, you had it all looking good yesterday. We were raving on about how good you raced with that HQ, and God, to hear that you kick rods out of it in that burnout, mate. As much as I'd like to feel like I'm responsible, I'm not, I know. And I know you'll probably deal with it the way that you would. You've got good personality, and you'll probably say, well, I've had a pretty good run on it. Probably going to freshen all that stuff up and be back. Unless you know, you believe in the great Aussie comeback. Maybe because the panel van then disappeared as quick as it had arrived. That maybe I don't know, imagine this. Maybe the HQ panel van disappeared for a reason. Maybe they might do an engine swap and come back. I don't know. But you know what? By the end of the day, here on day 2, because we've got a great view at the tower here at Warwick Dragway, we can see right out the front gate here. So if I see a HQ panel van, a red HQ panel van coming back under its own steam, I'll be making a big point about it, because that's that's where we see all sorts of things happen. We normally see the people coming in, and we normally see the people leaving. So there we go. That's our front officials ticket booth, and then if we just pan over to the left there, you'll see the main you'll see the driveway. So we've got a few punters coming up the driveway in behind. So that's our front gate. So we get to see that. So we get to see when guys are leaving. And this is, I had the same view. Where was that? I think when I was at Mildura doing our Dragon Drives down there in the past, you get to see when people are hitting the highway. And I remember the first one I did down there at Mildura, it was so hot. Would you believe the first guy I saw leave at one of those down there was 15 minutes after we started. If we were on track at 10, I was watching one of our WA guys leave in the trailer at 10:15. So I saw one guy go like 5:75, and that might have been a happy run for him. But he was literally leaving at 15:15 the hour on the first one of our first guys to leave on that day. But in this particular case, we are ready to go. Here we go. This is Aussie Dragon Drive because, we've got Toyota Corolla station wagons out there. As you can see, King 38 on the plate. And I would dare say this is a KE 38. Normally would have had like a 2K engine in it. Yep. This is Pro Import. All right, Jamie Swift beside him. Jamie running in the Force 28s. And beside him there is Guy King running in the import class. Guy King, JZ under the bonnet of the little KE 38. And as we said yesterday, 8-second time there yesterday for Guy. Guy King, like what did he go? 883? No, 874. Yeah, 874, I think, yesterday from the Corolla. 840 he ran yesterday, Jamie Swift, trying to run an 850. So what Swifty's trying to hit here is a 550, and it doesn't matter in the imports. You don't have to hit a number. You just got to be quick, right? So there is no ET cutoff for Pro Import. You can go as quick as you can. Have a look at this Corolla wagon with the roof rack on board. I think he tested it last week. It come off at 120 km an hour or something. So he's had to put extra zip ties on it, I would imagine. All right, here we go. All right, we're going to go a bit of Bump City. Oh, hang the wheel. It's still in the air. Still in the air there for the wagon. Oh, 552, 531. Too quick for Swifty. I'll take the 552 though, Guy King. See that left-hand front wheel? For 100 foot, that was still on the air. Sorry. Oh, dog, they're not going to get any slower here. I'll give you the hot tip. I will give you the hot tip right now. This is Aussie Dragon Drive in its most unique Barra-powered escort panel van from Disco Dean, trying to hit the 550/850. Nana beside him. He is in the pro import class purely because he's SR20 powered in the Gemini. As we said yesterday, technically if you had the single overhead cam Isuzu motor, you're still a Holden, couldn't be an import. Especially with the Gemini made at Acacia Ridge. Hardly an import. But hey, SR20 on board, Barra-powered escort panel van. I guess we'll make that an import because it's a Pommy import. Not Japanese import there. Aussie engine with a Pommy body. Aussie body with a Japanese engine. Bump City, baby! Oh, problems for Nana, bit of popping and banging, but oh, Disco, 542 for Disco. Nana came off the line, but the thing was popping. Both guys engaged the stage pretty well, but yeah, off the button, 097 for Nana, 136 for Disco. The time is a little bit too quick at 542, so Disco's going to have to slow it down a tiny tad. And Nana, yeah, some popping and banging, whatever that is. I'm sure Paul Butler will get onto it. And again, whether or not that was... I know for a while Nana used to be a 3-speed in that car. Did he? I think he might have gone to a power glide lately. But whether the thing didn't shift or whatever, but I know that thing was absolutely deadly with a 3-speed in it, especially on no prep stuff. I remember seeing that thing run out at Corralbin back in the day. And that thing could spin a little bit in low, but he'd just punch second and just drive through the wheel spin. Oh, all right, strap yourselves in. How crazy is this for Aussie Dragon Drive? Our leader after day one as far as outright performance is this Toyota Celica, and he's not running in the import class. He is running in Force 28s. I'm sure that's what he is. I think he's in the B class anyway. All right, so that's Smithy. No, he's in the D class. No, he's in the D. Have a look at this thing go, boys. This will be the quickest thing out there. 495. 495. 147 mile an hour. It's in the D class, which is, of course, 235, 255 forced. And that Daniel Smith is also the quickest outright. That is the quickest outright. Honda-powered Celica. How good were the boys on that run? Crazy to see. All right, two more, 235, 255 force right now. D6 is Mark Reynolds. He's in this Toyota Supra. He's got flares. He's got big tyres sticking out of the guard there. He's got the wing on the back beside him. Jono McDade, 2JZ powered Nissan Silvia or 200SX S14. This is a good one there. Oh, not the thing, just a little bit of a hesitation then off the power, Jono. 621 beside for the Supra. 132 in the 60 foot for the IRS in the Silvia, but then the thing either didn't want to shift, it definitely lost power. 695 for him. People were saying, where is he? Where is the guy? Where is that guy? Look towards the burnout box, and guess who's here? Hasn't he done lots of things in things this year? He's out at Roma 2 weeks ago, match race and sketch. On no prep in Roma 2 weeks ago. That thing. Him and Sketch out at Roma. Sketch got him in the wagon out there, by the way. But this man, Hoffman, every single time. If you see Scott Hoffman on the entry list, whenever you see the name Hoffman on an entry list, there's your price of admission in one car. Whatever he brings, whatever Corolla he brings, whatever Toyota he brings. This is the billet-blocked Kip built 2JZ in the Corolla van. Beside him, Shane O'Reilly in that Datsun 1200 ute. Oh, Hoffman buries it as well. The paddle van to the half track, 494. Wow, 495 for the Celica, 494 for the Corolla. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota 1 and 2. Not with 2J power and Honda power. 494, 153 mile an hour, 133 to the 60 foot. The Datsun goes 747. Aha, yes sir. Yes sir. Oh, that's put the spring in the step, I can tell you that. I can tell you that. John Vesnaver, yesterday, this HR, he ran it about 8 times yesterday. The quickest he went was 8:31. The slowest I think he went was 8:68, trying to hit an 8:50. He's in the G class. The G class is Pro 850, 550. Beside him is C5, that's NA 28s. He's in the water now. That's Adam Rinn in the XC. I think we're just holding him up for a moment. Solo run for Vesnaver. So he's trying to hit a 550 with Pro HR. Here we go. Alrighty, here we go. He was at the Leyburn pub when we turned up last night. Let's have a look at the first hit for him. Oh, 559, 559. He may not have to run it as much as he did yesterday. I mean, he flogged that 6-7 runs yesterday from an 831 to an 868. And then, yeah, that... I said to him at the Leyburn pub last night, I said, tell you what, John, you flogged this thing yesterday. And he goes, mate, not as hard as I'm going to flog it on day 3, he said. And he was talking about the HR. But again, he's stuck in the 850 class. You just got to try and run that number. Here's a guy, Maloney. He was going to run that number, H36. And beside him, C5 is Rin, as we said. Trying to run a 650 in the Camaro. How tough's the old Falcon sound? 628 for him, 670 beside him. Trying to hit the 650. Not a bad mark. Not a bad mark at all. So 2/10 off the 650, and in C5, running in the C class, NA 28s, there's no cutoff. You can just run as quick as you can. All right, here's another gentleman from Victoria. He said he's going to come up and give this Queensland Dragon Drive a go. And we did expect a few more Victorians to come and do the trek. And look, the ones that did, we had Noel Inman, Chris Kenny, Matt Lumper as well, amongst others. But Jason Kenny from Victoria. This is an iconic Victorian streetcar. The licence plate, LS1 PWR. On day 1, Kenny went 785 in the VN. He turned up at the pub last night too. We had dinner on the same table last night, talking to his 2 sons and his mate that's with him. So a crew of 4 on this car, in the car every Dragon Drive. The 2 young fellas, they reckon they're going to get his 2 sons, they reckon they're going to get a drive of this one day, they reckon. I said, no, but what have you got for yourselves? Oh, we got a VN out there. And I go, have we? Still Dad's car. But you got to work hard enough on the thing, one day you'll get a drive. Russell Tonkin is back, going to give it a crack next to him. But let's see what Kenny does. First trip to Willowbank ever. First trip to Warwick ever. There we go, he shifts the LS, 517, first hit for him, 140 mile an hour, 129 in the 60 foot, 610 for Russ Tonkin beside, 610 for him. But Kenny's first run, 129 of the 60, 330, 3.40, and gets that first one in the bank. I'm sure he'd love to put a 4-second something on the time slip before handing it in today, but tell you what, the prep, And again, these are two tracks he has never raced on. Of course, you know, we've seen him do various tracks in Victoria, but he'd never been to Willowbank. He'd never been to Warwick until that run then. So it's good to see our Victorians having a lot of fun up here in Queensland, supporting the Queensland Drag and Drive. Oh, yeah. Here we are talking about our real street Supras, not, you know, double frame rail pro mods with lift-off Supra fronts. This is Will Yarwood. License plate, my HWY, my highway. Love the car. I do think this has now been built with a billet block in it, so this is 2JZ. It's an definitely mid-8 second Supra street car. Beside him is Bruce Henderson back for another crack. He's in NA28s. So we've got the F class being the pro imports. They got the reaction time sorted for Will Yarwood. It's going to be a good run for the Supra here. Goes to the stripe. Oh, 561 for Will Yarwood. Great run for the all-street Supra. 627 there beside him for Henderson's very, very healthy NA28 Aussie Holden. So we've got them in all shapes and sizes. Aussie drag and drive, different to any other drag and drive in the world, and we're proud of that. Yes, we don't mind the old... We love them. We love them Aussie. We love them import. We love them with any engine you want to put in it, and we love them when they're old, and we love them when they're rusty. As is this exhibit right now, Michael McGregor. Iconic Constructions. Remember we talked about him before? This is, what is it, the HT wagon, ugly roof rack on top, ugly car in general, but he don't care about that. He cares about the ETs. He's going to try and hit a 550. But Bazile beside him, though, he's trying to hit 550. All right, Bazile went an exact 850 yesterday. 565, 570. The guys are in the ballpark. Bazile in the Commodore, 565. Mick McGregor in the wagon. Might have more of a chance today. 570. Yes. This guy handed in his time slip yesterday, Sengi. Jason Seng. He needed to hit an 850. He handed in an 857. He was happy with that. Beside him is Timmy Cross. Timmy in the same class, trying to hit that 850 on the quarter and the 550 on the 8th. I think he got it into like the 880s yesterday. Let's have a look. Timmy Cross, where is he? Oh... Well, it said here 904, righto, so didn't get into the 8s yesterday. But how good is this? You know, we love them rusty, we love them ratty, but we also love them looking good. And these two cars, you just cannot fault the presentation on our Aussie drag and drive cars. I love it when they make them rusty, I love that, and when they're quick, but I love them when they look good too. And Sengi's car, you cannot fault this Tirana, nor this Capri of Timmy's. Trying to hit 550 here on day 2 of Allstars Drag and Drive. Oh, 126 in the 60 for Sengi. Here it comes. Oh, 47. 47 for Sengi, too quick. 47, 547, 582 for Timmy Cross. Yeah, they're going to be a little quick here today, I think. Oh, yeah. The license plate on the Datsun 1200 says, "I'll play." Yeah, I bet you will, mate. Sounds like you play up a fair bit. He's in the pro import class. That is entrant F8. That is Rowan Blom. Now, that is definitely 13B powered Datto 1200. That rotary noise is, well, yesterday I was a bit too far away from it. It could have been anything, but that's definitely a rotor on board. And here is, of course, our sponsor, Mohammed Koya, from 2 Infinity with his Supra. And again, remember, unfortunately, we can't say the word punish, but we discredit your elapsed time if you go over 1 second in the reaction time. Yesterday, Mohammed was trying to get the thing under 1 second, trying to get himself boosted in time. little bit of a bog off the line for the Dado. They still recover, but look at their reaction times, 1.74, 1.45. So they get that, you know, for Muhammad, that'd be 0.74 added on. And for Blob, 0.45 added on. So, yes, that sub 1 second reaction time encouragement really does help you bank an ET as long as you cut the light right. All right, trying to hit a 550 is entrant G12. That's Mitchell Sloan. And beside him here, entrant F1 in import, Daniel Foy in this S13 180SX with plenty on board. Listen to the lungs on that. 558 for the Commodore. Great run. Geez, didn't have some lungs on it. Here comes Foy. He goes 628. But that reaction time, please, 6.78. That means we would have to add 5.78 seconds to his ET. But you can't normally keep those ETs. You're just not keeping that. But they'll come back. Once they get some idea of how close they are, they can then concentrate on getting the thing on time. All right, she's burning out in the iMoan S15. Beautiful Sylvia. We've been gifted with beautiful Sylvias here this weekend and a beautiful team. Look, the girls have got they take a lot of pride in their all-girl drag and drive team. Yes, they're a little bit naughty with the name of the team, and they've already given me a sticker. It's Two Tits Racing. That's what they call themselves. But I already worked it out. It's 4 tits and 8 speeds. That's what it is. Oh, and 1 fan, because one of their thermo fans died last night. So we by the end of the night here at Leyburn Pub, I'm there with the girls. It's 4 tits, 8 speed, 1 fan. That's the team. And who knows, another PB. This has got the 8 speed in it, so we're not probably going to use all 8 right now over the 8th. Right beside him, G4, is Cody Hunt trying to run an 850 with that insane Commodore wagon. Now remember, anything above 1 second comes off the ET. Naomi yesterday, she got that into the 840s over the quarter yesterday. Tell you what, she just got out under 1 second. 952, 550, 550 on the nose. Geez, the people would kill for that ET. There's guys in the 550 class would love that. Hey, she went 952 reaction time there, Christian. So she just got out under the 1 second reaction time. She'll keep the 550 if she wants. 911, I know the wagon will be back for more, but the girls just got it in under 1 second. 550 for Naomi on the first run today for her. So that thing getting sorted, I tell you. But they had problems with thermo fans. The thing was getting hot. Then they lost 1 fan, and then they had to try and just watch the temperature and got it to Leyburn. They got it to Toowoomba. They got it back to Warwick, and there they were, 550. The girls. Brad Dilger now in his Tirana, and beside him here, F5, Wade Moran in the R34. All right, Dilger, first run for him, 630, 630, 666 for the R34. 666 for the R34 there of Wade Moran. All right. Entrant D2, I just saw D2 on there. That would be Bo Craven. Bo Craven in the Falcon. Beside him here in the unlimited class. A6, Pat Shaw. How good is this? And we've proudly got a lot of Aussie Toyota drag and drive cars. Yes, Toyota, of course, Japanese brand, but us Aussies love our Toyotas. Pat Shaw. I don't know whether we're LS on board this or whether it's a Chevy or whatever, but this ran a 791 over the quarter yesterday. And here he is going to have a run here on day 2. So D2 class there for Bo Craven. So 235, 2554. So you can assume like XR6 Turbo Falcon here. Pat Pat's ready to go. All right, we got one here. A nice run for Pat Shaw. Hits the stripe. Oh, 500. 500. 143 mile an hour. 123 in the 60 foot for Pat. 148 in the 60 for Craven. 639. 639 for the Falcon in that 235, 255 forced category. And it's runs like that we're just about to see. There's the guy on screen. Steve Carkeet. More 235, 255 forced. Well, actually, D8 in the far lane is that. Shane Jessen, the B class, is forced 28s. He's got the nitrous on board here. Steve Carkeet. Steve gets to steer. Mum out the front. Sister on the side. Normally Reese not too far away. Reese has probably got to work. The family, they work hard, they play hard. And Steve, oh, boy, doesn't he hustle out a good car deal? Doesn't the Carkeet's got a fleet, let me tell you. Okay, let's have a look where the utility goes on this run. Do we get a little bit of a wheel stand out of the Carkeet family ute? Let's have a look. No. So not even any gas on the hit there. Steve's going to still get it out the door here right now with a 631, but it did not hit with the venom that we know that thing can hit with. We've seen the on-bail utility normally on the back bumper, but that's one of the most sedate launches I've seen. And I'm sure the ET, Steve, will not be happy with that, and they'll be lining that thing back up for another run soon. You can nearly be guaranteed of that. Out there now, Michael Brown. Michael Brown here in the Golby's lane. Beside him, entrant D9. That is James Cornford. Now, this is a V8 of some description in a Toyota Corona. Again, we're talking Toyotas with an engine swap. And I think we're Barra Power in the XD ute here. Have a listen to that thing hustle on the tyre. And it goes 596. 596 for the Corona. All right, now, Pete, tell you what, it's good to have Pete as a starter out there because he was monitoring that situation because next to him, unfortunately, Michael Brown rolled out of the beams while the Corona's trying to load itself up in the lane beside. So in order to avoid a catastrophe, basically throws the red, gets the other guy down and goes, that's fine, we'll put you in and run you again, Brandy. So that's what we'll do. Yeah, what do you do in a situation like that? You know, you got one guy loading up and then the other guy rolls through the beams and we either got to stop that guy and roll him back while old mate's got it loaded up. And it's like, well, we can't do that. Especially out here, we're pretty flexible, remember. It's not like a case of turning you around and saying no. Oh, I don't know, Lumper's got to be... So what lane have you got to be in, Lumper? I hope you haven't been sitting in the lane for an hour, mate. Come on, you should be able to come nearly straight out. We're ready to go. I reckon, here you go, son. I reckon it's time. There you go, Lumper. He's ready now. Lumper just sent me a message to say, oh, when can I get to run? I've been sitting here a while. I'm sure he's supposed to have been in lane 4. I'm sure of that. Let's have a look. All right, here we go. Vince Silver and Luke Page. Oh, Page has got a good one happening here. Let's go to the stripe. 541. Great run there for Luke. Force 28. 625 there for Vince. 625 there for Vince. Lumper, you should have been in lane Force 28's, lane 4. Yeah, you should have been. No, you should have been. Yeah, okay, no. Any time now, mate. Here he is. All right, all the way from Warrnambool. And all the way from Cleveland. There we go. Scott Hoffman is back for a second run here. Both guys in the B class, which are Force 28s. Lumper's first run of the day. He was at Leyburn late last night. All the locals will turn up. They go, what's going on here? Bump City, baby. Oh, good one for Lumper. 5.19 for Lumper, first run for him. Hoffman, they both went identical 60 foots. How's this? Lumper off the button, 0.76. Hoffman 1.00, but they both went 1.33 in the 60. But after that, something's just crept into things. Something got into things, and something didn't work for Hoffman then. He was going to try something out. He'd already gone out there and run the 96 before the Salika went the 95. And then that thing, whatever happened then, didn't work. And I'm no doubt that guy, once he sorted it out, he'll come back for another run shortly. But Lumper reckons he's been in the lanes for an hour. I don't know how he could have been in the lane for an hour and we missed him. 5.19 at 141. That's the car from Warrnambool in Victoria. And when that turned up at the Leyburn pub, a few locals go, oh, what's out there? So you know that thing's a 7-second street car out there, and he didn't tow it he didn't drive it all the way up from Warrnambool. He did tow it to Brisbane, and he's done the drag and drive. Like, he turned up on his own there at Leyburn last night about probably 8 o'clock. And then here he is this morning, first run, low fives. Yeah, what have we got in that, Dave? Still quite... I know she's V8 something in that Corona. I just don't know exactly what. Someone might be able to tell us. All right, I-15 in this lane. So the Tirana is back trying to run... Timmy Barron trying to run a 750. Beside him here is Ryman. And he's in the 255 NA. Here we go. 669. 758, not bad. 758. Start chasing the 750s. Start chasing the 750s. Here they are back again, having another crack. And I don't know whether or not it's because we're just letting these guys in this session. This is still another official session. No doubt we'll receive a call from the boys if it's going to be anything different than that. So everyone that ran in session 1, just be ready to go if we call you again. Obviously that was like 1150 and 1050 cars. Just get ready, don't roll. We'll call you when we need you. Disco Dean is back. A few guys have never left either, like Wade Moran having another crack. Might be his third crack this morning. Disco trying to find a 550. All right, here we go. Disco, 136 in the 6. Oh, 549 with a 2. 549. Can't slow the damn thing down enough. 549 with a 2. $5.49 with a 2, $7.61 beside there for Moran trying to hit a 750. Sometimes it's just tough, isn't it? Sometimes it's just tough to hit that number. All right, here we go. Mark Reynolds back in the Supra. C5, Adam Wren in the XC. Tell you what, he's really legging the Super out. 588. 588 running in 235, 255 forced. 629. Wren running in that. Ran an earlier 628. All right, can we get Dully to the tower, please? Dully to the tower. Can we get Dully to the tower, please? Can we get Dully to the tower? All right, he's back. Vesneva is back. So is Bazile. Both in the G class. You know what that means. Trying to hit a 550. Now, remember yesterday, 850 with a 1, I think Bazile ran in the club sport. He went 850 with a 1. I'm sure he handed that one in and was probably still leading. I still think Vesnova got it into the 850s. Oh, 137, 140. Here we go, 554, 557. Oh boy, it's going to get tight. You watch by day 3, those guys, especially Vesnova and Bazile and Disco and Sangi. So let's add about 4 names into maybe what potentially are going to be maybe a top 3 out of those guys. Right now, the only guy that hasn't hit something 550 is Disco Dean and Sangi. I don't think Sangi's first hit gave him a 550 something. So the 2 guys that normally live by the Kenda 550 Renegade class are now going to try and have to hit the 550 for good against the Dragon Drive boys. All right, H36 out there. That's Maloney trying to run in the H class, trying to run a 650. Here we go, 663, 106 mile an hour, 663, 106. Good runs to see. We got Junga Bunga doing live streams over to Overtaking Lane, and Overtaking Lane doing live streams to Junga Bunga. It's all happening. That's how you alter the space-time continuum when you start streaming into streaming, live streaming into other live streaming. Obviously, Nana not happy after that first run. That was an unhappy Nana. That's like Nana before she takes her tablets sort of run this morning. And he's back straight away, Paul Butler. This is just notoriously one of Southeast Queensland. I'm not only going to say Southeast Queensland, but one of Australia's most deadliest little street cars, let me tell you. He's done a lot of no prep. He's done roll racing with this car as well. Obviously, if you know the Australian roll racing scene, if you don't have like nearly a 2,000 horsepower GDR or a Lambo or an Audi, it's hard to be the quickest roll racing guys out there. But as far as rear-wheel drive roll racing cars, Nana is one of the baddest ones in the country. All right, lanes open for Quarantine. It's a free run for everyone else. Quarantine lane 3 is open, and everyone else can come back to the lanes. All right, here we go, Nana. Not happy, it's still got a miss up high, but it came out with a bit of anger. 580, it went 130 in the 60 foot, 580 to the 660, but yeah, still with a little bit of crankiness in Nana. Nana needs a bit of glucosamine or something there. All right, Quarantine lane 3 is open. Quarantine lane 3 is open. The rest of the staging lanes for all our competitors, you come down in the lanes you were allocated this morning. Don't swap lanes, just come down the lanes you're allocated. We can stack you in there, we'll run you when we can. All right, Swifty is back out there, so is Will. Trying the far lane now, Yarwood. Swifty changing to this lane as well. Trying to run a 550 for Swifty. They got there eventually, clean green. Swifty, 523 too quick, 561 for Will, still very impressive. 23 for Swifty, trying to hit, I keep thinking he's trying to hit a 50, but he's actually in the Force 28, so he can go as hard as he wants. So B3, Jamie Swift. Yeah, I don't know why I mistook him for running in the 550 class when he's in that open, Force 28, so no ET cut-off for them. Go as quick as you want. Good run there for Swifty. And Will getting that thing in, bumping in properly and leaving under 1 second, which is always good to see. All right, Jorge Pereira back in the R35. And beside him there in the I-10 class. The I-10 class is Michael Whiten back, I think, for his 3rd or 4th run. So Michael in the Falcon trying to hit a 750. Jorge can do whatever he wants here in the 35. He's in that unlimited class. There we go, 678 to a 750. 678 to a 750. Oh, pick your healthy combo, let me tell you. Nearly every single run. Pick the healthy combo. Michael White, and it was a good run. We've now got B11 out there. Michael Brown, H11, B11, all right? So H11, Rob Wizard. Oh, 670, 671 beside each other. One in Force 28s, one in the H class trying to run a 650. All right, out there again, trying their hardest. It's Kareem Patini. Kareem can get this thing into that 750 zone, but the reaction times have been just a little bit sluggish. However, beside Mr. Armstrong, Rob Armstrong, trying to hit the 650 or 1050 mark in the hatchback. He went 000 yesterday, barely holding the thing into stage. Kareem's just got to get that thing out of the hole on a clean green with the boost up under 1 second. Got there, they're both under it. How about that? 025. 025 for Armstrong. Maybe the triple O wasn't a fluke yesterday. 025 off the button. Oh, 757, even though he's trying to hit a 650 something. And Kareem, 721, too quick for the 750. Too quick for the 750. So Kareem, as we already said, I don't think we can use an under the index plus over the reaction and make it a competitive number. You'd have to really fluke that to happen. All right, I-14 out there, Shane Moran in that beautiful Chevy. And Tara here, of course, the Next Level Motorsport Street Supra trying to hit a 650. 750 we're looking for the shoebox. It goes 63 and a 670, righto. That's about the only Supra. You know what? The only other Supra I've seen, I think, because I don't think whether Will takes a trailer. But I did watch Street Week Sweden last night. That Supra I was talking about, which is like a Pro Mod, does have a tow bar on the back of it. So not too many Supras with tow bars. All right, Danny's out there. Now this ET is over, going to have a 0.68 attached to it, 641, but it's going to have like 0.68 attached to it because it's a 1.68 reaction time. 764, that can stick beside there for David Ritchie and the Falcon, but Danny, 1.68 reaction time that time. You can see how banged up the Commodore is after hitting that roo. And you can't quite see where Boise hit the other one. We had two Kangaroos last night. Boise hit Josh and Seth hit Latrell. Pretty hard last night, the two Kangaroos we saw. All right, I-8 out there. I-8, the far lane, that beautiful HR. Mark Stone trying to hit 750. H7 beside him. H7 is Damien Boyce, of course, Boise. All right, clean greens, they're going to count. No lazy reaction time to wash off here. Boise, you could not get more of the Devil's number in one run. 666 with the 6. The Devil's number all the way to the last point. Hey. 754, put that one down. Mark Stone, 754. Heidke in the hot rod ride here is in that same 750 situation. So is Sears in the 650 situation. So 754, I've seen some 650 something as well. So there's a couple of guys close. This will be another one, have a look at this. We're looking for 650 and 750, 660, 742, eh? 7:42 for the hot rod that time. A little bit too quick. 6:60 for Sears. And this guy, Luke Fromm, another one of these beautiful tray backs. He's got to slow it down to a 650. And of course, Derek O'Hare in the HQ trying to hit 750. 628, 734, too quick, too quick. Too quick, too quick. HQ Coops though, we've got a couple. See Mr. O'Hare just then. What about Mr. Valentine now in the water? HQ Coop. And what about our panel van? What are we? EK? EK panel van. Trying to hit, I don't know what combo's in it. We never know in Australia. Vince Silver running in Force 28s, whatever it is. It says here that it's in Force 28s. It's got a bit of something on it. E7 beside running in Aspo is Valentine, Andrew Valentine. Probably got a big block in it. All right, the Pano, no problems. A bit of a stall there for the coupe. 635, good run for him. 918 for Valentine. He'll want to come straight back round. Probably have another crack at that. Of course, the lanes are open for all competitors. Just make sure you go down the allocated lanes that we said this morning. Another 750, 650 chase here. So that's the other O'Hare, Troy O'Hare in the Falcon, and this Tirana trying to hit a 650, Jason Vanderland. Aussie muscle. See, we can dish out traditional Aussie muscle when we want. He's going to pay some reaction time, the Tirana. 149 reaction's going to cop 0.49. 669. You nearly throw that slip away. 757. O'Hare. We might be a couple of O'Hares in the top three on the 1150, 750, 757. All right, Billy Cumner is back. Peace out, drag photos. Peace out, drag photos, and all the great merch down there at the JOH tent. Grab that Allstars Drag and Drive merchandise while it lasts. Bill Cumner, the big block Sandman panel van on the line. Beside him, entrant D9, which is James Cornford. Check out the Corona V8 power. As I said, one of my apprentices at work's got an immaculate stock version of that exact Corona. He's got, well, I know them as XT130s, and that's only been called that because it had for those people that have been around long enough, these things came out with two different engines. The imports came out with the Toyota 18R, so I guess they were the RT132s, which is what my apprentices got. And then there was the XT130, which had that Starfire engine. Check this out. Oh, yeah, 596 for the Corona. 596, 118 mile an hour, 142 in the 60-foot. But, yeah, if they had the 18R, they were RT132s. If they were Starfire powered, I think they called them XT130s, and they had the Toyota 1X. Don't even ask me how Toyota managed to, somewhere in the boardroom, go, Toyota Australia, what are we doing? Well, we need another engine. So again, and I was in the auto parts industry during that time, so this is my assumption of that, right? So the Australian, they're Australian delivered, and then they were probably Australian assembled, right? So I think any of the things with the 18R engines that came over had what we used to call the Japanese diffs in them, and it had the Japanese engine. Now, when you had those Coronas come in, they then got a 1X Starfire engine in, probably copped a Trimatic as well, and probably copped a Borg Warner diff. Because whenever someone rang up with a Corona, you'd have to actually ask when it came to brakes, does it have, which diffs it got in it? Has it got the Aussie diff in it? Has it got the Japanese diff in it? Same when you're trying to give them engine parts, plugs and points. Is it the Australian engine or is it the Japanese engine? The 18R or the Starfire. When those people are old enough, there'll be a whole generation out there that won't even know what the Starfire was. Like I could ask a lot of people, a lot of blokes that love cars under the age of 20, if I gave them a pop quiz on some stuff, they'd probably get half. They'd probably get 10 out of 20. Because you know us old timers could load that up with a lot of old questions. like cubic inches to cc and stuff. But you don't get to my age over half a century, especially when you worked in the early days of the auto parts industry for dealerships, managed repcos. I did that all, mate. I did it the easiest possible way, mate. Start as a delivery driver for an auto parts store and work your way up from there. Telling the young boys from Victoria last night, that was how I did it. Oh, yeah, it was Noel Inman's car. Yeah, I went to my wedding in that. H12 out there now. It's Wilson's turn to have another crack here, trying to hit a 650. That's Dean Wilson with that 1J EK 640. Oh, too quick. 724 there for I11. That's Russell Weaver. Again, he's got to try and slow that thing down by 0.26. But you know what a Starfire is, don't you? Dangerous. Remember that thing came out even in Commodores. I think even in the VC. I don't think there was anything more gutless than a VC Starfire Auto. I even think Gemini diesels at the time probably would have beaten the Starfire Commodore. If you're looking for the two biggest four-cylinder slugs Holden had during that time, it was a mix between the diesel Gemini and the Starfire Commodore. Oh. All right, Rob Wizard out there again. Wizard concreting in the far lane, trying to hit a 650, 665. Beside him there is I-10, and he's trying to hit 750, goes 740. That's Michael Whiten. Oh, he's trying. He did say he was not going to spare this thing. Vesnaver, I'd say he's pretty committed to the deal. You know what? He's got a beautiful trailer that goes with this HR, just a normal enclosed box trailer, painted the same colour as the HR. So it's got that sort of, for the Holden lovers out there, they'll know exactly what green that is. I can't tell you what green it is. You know, we've got guys out there that are paint experts that can tell you. Yeah. Is it, what's it called? Is it, yeah, what's Vesnaver green? Yeah, Vesnaver green. That's the best way to describe it. John Vesnaver trying to hit a 550. He went close already. Beside him there is H36. That's Maloney. He's not sparing it. He is not. Oh, 49 with a 5. 549 with a 5. Trying to hit the 550. Vesnaver goes 549 with a 5. Hey, Maloney, 656 on the 650. Didn't spare it there, Vesnaver. He's nearly got it. I would know. Vesnaver wouldn't know what to do with a perfect 550. He'd still want to stay here to the end of the day like he did yesterday. Here's the other guy chasing it out there. Check this out. Michael Bazile. He's the one that went 8.501 yesterday, nearly second run in. So take that home, mate. Take that thing back. Hit the road, Jack. Beside him there is Adam Rinn again. Is it going to be another 626? He went 628, 626. Oh, first time he's hit the tyre today. The big XC, 48, Vesnaver 49, 48 for Bazile. You can't tell me the guys aren't chasing it. You can't tell me they're not chasing it. 549 for the HR, 548 for the Club Sport. Here's one where I can shut up right now. The two Aspo cars out there. Got Johnny, I've been waiting for this run. Johnny Oliver, couldn't put the foot down any harder, Johnny Oliver. He's going to make this thing sing pretty hard. And beside him there is Joel Cunningham. I'll let them both go here. Old Starfire, that's right, Wayne Humphries. It had the good conrods. Listen to them lungs, 661 and 726. Yeah, Wayne, watching on the live stream. Yep, Starfire rods were the best rods to use in your Holden 6. They were a better conrod. They're a steel rod, I think. So everyone used to use, that was the hottest thing used, Starfire rods, right? Of course, 202s were 3 5/8 in the ball. And from memory, the 2850s of the Starfires were 3.5. So 3 5/8 was the 202 ball, but you could use the Starfire rods in it. All right, Brandy. Brandy wants a better reaction time, just quietly. He can hit a great number, Adrian Brown, but he's got to get out under a second. Okay, the Nova's there, 765 trying to chase the 750. It's Kinesis and Brandy, 640 trying to chase a 650. But hey, take 3.54 seconds off the reaction time and add it to the ET. Oh yeah. Got it. It comes in all shapes and sizes. I just heard the end of the burnout there. I think, is it for the XP? That's got something else in there. Could be a Barra, could be a 1J, could be a 2J. There's not a lot of room in XPs and stuff. A lot of Falcons, there's not a lot of room. Is it a Barra in there? God, it'd be tight. Look, factory though, of course, once it's in. Michael McGregor trying to hit 550. Oh, the wagon, 139 to 64, 573. Here comes the Falcon, even though 3.74 reaction, 674 plus 274. Put that on. 674 plus 2.74 because he cut a 3.74 reaction time. All right, there he is. Oh, absolutely. Anything car Keat, any car Keat car can be in a pretty much in a showroom. They're immaculate. Here he is. He obviously wasn't happy with it last run. Now, does it say on bail or got? No, it says got bail. Okay, here we go. H10 beside him there, of course. That's Andy Blom trying to hit a 650. Car Keats in Force 28s. Nitrous, very tough small block. Let's see if he gets it up out of the hole this time. Needs some spray off the hit here, I reckon. Allstars, Drag and Drive Day 2 here at beautiful Warwick Dragway. Great that you've joined us. Oh, that's better. 130 in the 60 foot there for Steve. Hits the stripe. Better. 580, 118 mile an hour. 681 there beside. Trying to chase the 650 there. Entering H10, as we said, was Andy Blom. Yeah, well, I tell you what, maybe that's it. Cold bottles day, first run. Cold bottles. And again, if you're out here from early on, it was low single figures out here. Yeah, it was cold. It was cold. Minus, yeah, well, actually, my not that I ever believe the thermometer in my van, but it said -2 this morning. Jason Dawn here in the S15, and beside him, of course, I-20. That's Michael Barradell. Remember this 1 second reaction time? Get out of there. He's got out of there. Might be his best one so far. All right, trying to chase a 650 here in the Nissan. Oh, 21, it's got plenty. The 21's got plenty, too much. 828, trying to chase a 750. Oh, here he is again. Like, this is Mr. I'm going to flog the car till I wear it out. And I don't know, does Vesnave, I'll have to check under the bonnet, is it an LS or is it a traditional small block Chev? I notice a few guys going back to small block. There's a few guys going back to that. Now, whether or not that's just, making a few, educated builds. Okay, the lanes are closed at the moment. So just for the moment, if you come into the lanes, just hold off for a bit because we're going to do a bit of prep here shortly, guys. So just hold off coming to the lanes. We're going to do a bit of prep here shortly. All right, Brown and Vesnova. Jeez, he's wearing this HRL. Let's have a look at the number. Oh, 44. We know what he wants. We know what he wants. He wants a 550, 544, 639. We know what he wants. By now, if you haven't already understood by watching what John Vesnave is trying to do, 1, wear out the ute, and 2, hit the perfect 850 on the quarter and 550 on the 8th. All right, out there now, I-9 in the far lane, Michael Shaw in the VL, and here he is back.
Mr. Infinity, Muhammad Koya. This thing's got some, it might have an 8-speed in it too by the sound of it. 761 for the VL, 752. It's LS, there we go, all right. It is an LS in the HR.
When we close the lane for the prep again class, there's a lunch break for about 15 minutes.
Yep. Okay, so is that right? So we want the lanes are shut for the moment, that's right. So no more to the lanes, please. No more to the lanes. We want to do a prep. Now, I do believe that this prep's also going to incorporate the lunch break. All right? Because guess what? It's Nelly Smoko already. I don't know. We're going to go to the award-winning canteen and get ourselves what we want over there. 6 chicken chips would be perfect. 667 there and a 772. So please, the lanes are closed for the moment. No more to the lanes, please. No more to the lanes for the moment, please. No more to the lanes for the moment, please. We want to do a prep. We want to run out what's here. So no more to the lanes. We will not accept anyone else to the lanes. There goes the chains on the lanes. And isn't it amazing just how strong those white plastic chains can be? The white plastic chain has gone up, and that means no more to the lanes. We just want to run what we got. Then we want to have a lunch break / prep. No, I could probably go through that in the big Fiat Ducato, but no one to the lanes for the moment. Doesn't mean you've missed out, just means we're needing time to prep, time to have lunch, time to chill. If you want to hang around, do more runs in the Arvo, you're more than welcome, but I know we're going to see a few hit the road, I reckon, about then. Meanwhile, there is Glenn Finnegan in the Tirana, and he's trying to hit. Oh, Finnegan, 650 with a 7. I told you, out of nowhere this stuff comes. 6507. Is that enough to hand in? If I was him, I'd cop that. 50 with a 7. I'd cop that. That almost probably should guarantee your top 3. That's the 650 class. Same to here we go. Oh, dear. Joel Cunningham, a little stutter, and then here's our friend back in the LS RX-7 with the gearbox, the tricky box with a million tricks. But sometimes it's also a big box of neutrals, and it's done it again here. Trust me, folks, he gets this thing out of the hole okay, and he can bang the gears. This thing actually gets along nicely, but if anyone can help us out, Andy just sent me a text there about John's HR being LS powered. Andy, if you're still messaging, please. Okay, just rolling down there. So if someone can let us know, Andy, about that RX-7, what gearbox is in that thing, and I know that it's something tricky. I just want to know whether or not we can know a little bit more about it. Also, if anyone out there is a qualified locksmith, if anyone out there is a qualified locksmith, can you see us at the, well, whether you're qualified or unqualified, if you're good at picking locks, can you come and see us at the JOH tent near the base of the tower, please? Just because the caravans had the keys accidentally locked inside. Bring your balaclava. If you want to just turn up in a balaclava, even if you just want to turn up in a balaclava and say, I'm here to break into your caravan, if someone can help get some locked keys out of a caravan, I mean, we'll announce anything, but that's a true story. If someone is qualified to get into a caravan without, I mean, I've got a 5-inch grinder there. I can get in, but that's rated as an unqualified entry. So if someone could help get some keys that were locked in a caravan out, can you come and see us at the JOH tent, please? So just repeating, yep, the chains on the lanes of locking us out for the moment. Now remember, just for the moment, we're going to do prep, we're going to have lunch, we'll put some nice stuff on the Overtaking Lane stream while we have lunch and be back underway a little bit later. And I don't know, do you use break that stream, or you rather keep it on? You keep it going, yeah, it's good. Yeah, that's right. It's good to keep it rolling if that's the case. All right, Colesey's got me a message here, so it's good to see Colesey up here. Okay, Danny Lansdowne, you might have to help. So apparently Danny's the locksmith. All right. I mean, he's talented in a lot of other things, but I didn't know he was the locksmith. I thought Johnny was, but I guess Danny and Johnny are. So if Danny, if you got a moment out of your schedule to go and help get the keys out of the Dully caravan that are locked inside, can you come down and help at the JOH tent? All right, so we're just running out what's in the lanes for a moment before we do a bit of prep and have a bit of lunch. One of those cars is Travis Greaves here in the XD, and of course on the other side, Derek O'Hare. Trying to chase 650 and 750. Let's have a look. 49 with a 1. Oops. 716. Nope, that won't do. So the O'Hare boys getting plenty of laps in their cars. Here's Derek now after Troy, and beside him here, this beautiful Monaro. Check this out. We're lucky we've nearly got 2 of everything. Like I know we've got Rikey's beautiful, I think, HT Monaro here, and this one here too, H23 Matt Savage. H23 Matt Savage, beautiful. All right. Monaro trying to hit 650. XY trying to chase 750. Day 2 here at Warwick Dragway, 1320 Motorsports, Warwick Dragway. Got the Gulby's lane here, near side. PSR Pro Street Radials the other side. Look at this Aussie muscle disappearing into the Warwick countryside. 26 and a 57. Oh, keep an eye out on the 57 there for O'Hare. Starting to hit those numbers in 750 and 650. Tell you what, this Tirana's got a fair bit of snot under the foot there, has it not? Jason Vanderland up against Tara again. Tara trying to hit 650. Vanderland trying to do the same. Oh, reaction time 106.5 for Tara. 654 on the brakes. 682 for Tara, pegging it through the finish line, but 654 on the brakes. H21, have a look at that number. Jason Vanderland, that just might be enough to call it stumps and get out of here. Remember, no one is holding these guys back. Tell you what, little car, big impact. Little car, big impact. I love it. Beside him, of course, is Nicole Willett. You know her Ute No Balls, of course, the orange VN Ute. But, of course, I joke with this. This is called No Barge. She wanted to get a roll cage put in this so she could actually run quicker, but she's stuck at 1050 on IHRA rules. Beside him here, running in the import class, is Rowan Blom, 13B, Datsun 1200. All right, anyone help with a tilt tray for Cody Hunt between here and Bow Desert? Anyone help with a tilt tray? All right, Nicole, 680 for her, and bogged it right off the line there. So if anyone can help with the tilt tray, Cody Hunt needs to get to Bow Desert. All right, so someone has already gone with Matt Francis, isn't it? If anyone else can help with a tilt tray, we need him to be making themselves known. All right, both trying to hit 650. Danny Lansdowne. Here we go. So 56. Take that one. 656 and 624. A little too quick for the tray back there of Fram. Maloney and Inman now. Nolly back. I'll tell you what, look at it put the smiles on the dials. It is the smiles on the dials. Oh, dry hop there from Nolly Inman. Here we go. 1922 Ford Senator. That is as long, I mean, I hope that car lives to be 200 years old. I know Nolly won't get there. He's 69. But, trying to hit 650 both cars. Oh, 85, 59, a 59 there. So a 59 for Maloney and 85 for Noel Inman, all the way from Sunshine in Victoria. Yep, zero crew, hand solo. The early days of Noel Inman, he's driven that thing from Victoria to basically Darwin, that thing. Said he'd vowed never to do it again. Dean Wilson trying to hit 650 just before lunch right now. 1JZ powered EK, I believe. 57, 657, trying to hit 650. It went 657. Now it's time to take a breath, line up, get yourself something to eat. If you want to have a look over behind the behind the mound, we've got 1 horsepower out there right now behind us there. Have a look at the guy. Can you catch the camera of the bloke on the horse out here? We've got a bloke out in the paddock on the horse riding the boundary. So a bloke on 1 horsepower. We just saw several thousand horsepower here over the last couple of hours. Man from Snowy River down over the top there. No, don't get him over there. That's all right. So at the moment, we're going to stop for a bit of a lunch, bit of prep. No, it's the guy on the horse over there. Time for a bit of lunch, time for a bit of prep. Keep your ears peeled from when we get you back in the lanes. We can't tell you when. Maybe it might be 1 o'clock. Give the guys a bit of time. Remember, if you really think you've got a number that you can hand in, go and hand it in and head down the road. But if you're going to stick around, we've still got an afternoon session that we're going to do. It'll be depending on how many entrants stay around. Obviously, we won't know until the next hour or so. Some guys will just go, you know what, going down the road early today. For the guys that maybe stayed later yesterday, that's what happens with drag and drive. No matter where you go and do a drag and drive, there's always going to be maximum amount of entrants at the beginning of the day, and then you will see over the next few hours those entrants load the trailers, hit the road. Once they hand in their time slip that they're happy with, they will get the next route. The next route will comprise of 2 checkpoints between here and Willowbank, right? If perhaps you wanted to follow that and go on a bit of a drive yourself as spectators, I'm sure if you come over to the JOH tent and ask nicely to say, listen, I'd like to do the route that these guys are doing, they're probably happy to give you a copy of that, and you might want to go and head off and drive around some of Queensland's beautiful regional roads, turn up at the checkpoints, go and have, honestly, normally one of those is going to be somewhere to eat. Maybe you want to go and hit that checkpoint and just watch them all come to you. The other way, instead of going down the drag strip, watch them come to you in transit mode, because that is a pretty cool thing to see as well. We didn't get to 6 boost yesterday like we were hoping to, because we stayed till about 4 o'clock. The last run we saw was Simon O'Carroll running the new Kraken radial car, and it went like, would you believe, after only a handful of runs, it went like 4:19 to the 8th, off the throttle at 3 seconds flat, 1:11 in the 60, and a lot of stuff. Well, I said, did it shift gears? Did it lock the converter up? And he goes, I don't know. That's what he said. I don't know what happened. I just steered it, you know. And would you believe, and this is another thing I'd love to know if someone can just refresh, well, not my memory, put it this way. Bubba and I were ready to try and head out, and we realised we couldn't do 6 Boost and the Leyburn pub. We decided to head straight for the Leyburn pub. We got there about 7 o'clock. But, of course, just before we're leaving, I'm down doing a little toilet break. While I'm sitting there pondering the world, both the Seng boys ran, so Caleb and Jaden ran, and just from my trained ear, listening to them from where I was, they did not have any trouble on the run. In fact, quite the opposite. Sounded like they both were on an absolute tear. That happened about probably 20 past 4 after everyone had gone. We're not going to say people are going to be here all day either, but you know what? The ones that are still trying to chase the ideal number, you're going to see them stick around at least for another couple of hours before hitting that route. But if you are curious about maybe filling in the rest of your day, that's so cool. When we got to the Leyburn pub last night, there was already a handful of cars there, people inside having a meal. It was just, of course, who turned up after that was, of course, Lumper. Jason Kenny turned up, so we had 2 7-second street cars turn up in the middle of the night. Well, not middle of the night, 8 o'clock. Then Danny and Boise turned up, so here's a couple of bona fide sort of really 9-second 6-cylinder Aussie street cars turning up. And to tell you what, it's the impact that it has on the locals around you. We had people in the pub hitting us up going, oh, what's this all about? Happy to stand there and talk to these people about it all, because the more people that know about drag and drive, especially here in Australia, you'll realise that you want to get in and do these damn things. They are so much fun. Hats off to Allstars for doing this fantastic, their first ever drag and drive promotion, where they decided, you know what, quarter mile, full prep, let's get some big boys in here from around the country. And I tell you what, it's been working an absolute treat so far. Talk about drag and drives, I don't know. Next weekend, yours truly, I'm going to Mackay next Friday, and guess what? We're doing, of course, the next road trip drag challenge, 3-day drag and drive, one track, 3 days. But of course, that one works where they send half the field out for a bit of a 3-hour road trip. The other other half of the field gets 3 hours at the drag strip, and then in the afternoon, that second group goes somewhere else. So it's alive and well in this country. So 3-day Mackay one next weekend as well, and that'll probably have another 100 plus entries there, 150 plus entries. So over 2 consecutive weekends in this little wide brown land of ours, nearly 300 drag and drivers out on the Aussie highways with their mates and their friends enjoying motoring recreation at its finest. So it's great that you've joined us here today. If you've just joined us, the people setting up camp over there, we're just going to do a bit of track prep. We're going to have a lunch break. We're going to get some more on the Overtaking Lane live stream for the people watching online. And don't forget, if you after today you can't meet us at Willowbank tomorrow for day 3, get onto that Overtaking Lane live stream on YouTube. Just search on YouTube, Allstars Drag and Drive, and you're going to get the great stream of the last day at Willowbank tomorrow. So who's going to win the first ever Allstars Drag and Drive in any category? Well, all the categories that we've got. Who's going to be the winners? You've got to be there tomorrow to see it. And of course, all those entrants that are a part of it, obviously, it's the survivors that finish at the end of the weekend. And you've got to be there at the end tomorrow to try and win that great trailer giveaway as well. So plenty more to do here today before we head down the range into Willowbank for tomorrow. But if you do want to hang around, hopefully after the lunch break and the prep session, we've got a few of them still with some unfinished business to do this afternoon. All right, on the people on the live stream, we're going to put a little bit of no prep and a few bits and pieces. So you'll hear it probably over the PA system. Enjoy it. Oh, you're not? You'll close that off? Oh, well, we'll enjoy the background of Morgan Park as the circuit boys are running around the back.
G'day Overtakers, here we are. No prep, running racing, here we are today.
Who's going to be the quickest?
The 8th mile.
There's no way I can make it all the way down there.
You don't reckon you could make it to the exit lane? You reckon you could pull up in time?
I'll pull up, yeah, like 20 metres out for a quick breather.
At the 60 foot.
That's it. No, we're here, no prep cash days. This is what it's about out at Jungabunga Racing. This is number 2, no prep cash days for Jungabunga Racing at Warwick Dragway, right?
It is. And excited to see the action. It was awesome last time, and the field's even bigger with big tyre being included as well. So
yeah, so we've got street tyre class today. We've got small tyre. We've got big tyre. 3 classes. There's cash on. They've got sponsors now have come to the party as well, hasn't there? So we can't remember them all.
No.
But we'll make sure we try and give some shout outs for the guys that have sponsored this today in our live stream as well. Hopefully you've already watched that.
Maybe we'll put some links in the description as well for everyone.
That's it. All right.
Let's catch some action. Let's do it.
Let's go racing.
Let's do it.
G'day, Nicholas. Welcome to Overtaking Lane, mate. Now, we had to come and have a look at Misty Mopar here, but this is the old man's car, and you've got the duties today, mate. Ready to have a run?
Oh, super ready. Super ready.
Now, you're normally running in your own car as well, but you've left it home today?
I did. I left it at home, yeah.
Yeah.
Come to run the old man's car and see what I can do.
What's he running in it?
He is running a big block 383 full of nitrous.
I can see it's definitely full of nitrous. There's a load of tanks over there ready to go. Now, how did you get the gig today? He ran it last time.
Just Father's Day special. Just hanging out with my dad, I suppose, yeah.
It's pretty good. Now, we're expecting a lot because we saw him, he was really burning the tyres off this thing last time too. So
Under pressure. I like it.
No, but he was having a lot of fun out here. So we expect, to see you have a bit of fun yourself.
Okay.
Mate, do you know what times you think it'll run?
No idea.
No idea at all.
Hope it goes straight.
Go straight. Now, is it in a different class though this time around?
Big tyre. Yeah, ran street tyre last time, I think. So, yeah.
So you got a bit extra rubber, so that might help get it down the track. We better let you go, I suppose, and let you out there because it is a time to have a couple of practice laps before you get to run it. And then I think this thing is all about just pedalling it down too, is it? There's no
Do nothing.
you
Just
can't.
hold on and pedal it.
No prep track. It should be a bit of fun, mate. Good.
Oh, heaps of fun.
Good luck today, Nicholas. Have
Thank
fun.
you very much, Dave, and Overtaking Lane. Thank you very much.
Daniel, good to see you out here, mate. We've got another Valiant, but we did have a bit of a watch of this one in the live stream last time, and we got a bit of extra time because unfortunately you had a bit of breakdown.
Yeah, I did. So the week before the event here, a couple of months ago, I blew the engine up at Willowbank and rebuilt it in a couple of days. Came out here and blew the gearbox up. So yeah, I've done a fair bit of work to it in the last, couple of months. A lot of money, a lot of time.
Before the gearbox went, that was running really nice. You had a couple of good runs.
Yeah, I had a couple of good runs. I'm chasing a bit of an ignition misfire at the moment, so I was just trying to get on top of that, and the gearbox crapped itself, so I never actually figured it out. So I'm hoping this weekend we can smooth that out and get some decent times out of it.
Now, are you running in street tyre?
Small tyre.
You're in small tyre, so there's a big list there.
Yeah, there is a lot faster guys than me that have got a lot more sorted cars, so I'm only here just to try and iron out a few bugs. So just, there's not much racing going on at the moment, so.
But you never know what'll happen because it doesn't matter how much power you got.
No.
Out there, there's some guys out there with big power, but it's not going to do them any favours on this track, right?
Yeah, that's right. So even with mine down a cylinder or two last event, it was still starting to turn the tyres about half track. So it's just it's a finesse game out here. The track's pretty slick, so it's whoever can get it in as early as they can.
Yeah. And how long you had this one?
I built it about 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's had a single turbo set up on it, and now obviously it's got twins and different engine, fuel system. Like I've changed a lot of stuff on it over the last couple of years. So.
And we've seen this run at Kenda as well.
Yep.
So, mate, well, good luck today.
Thanks, mate.
Have fun, and hopefully you get a bit of testing in, and you never know what happens with your results as well.
Yeah, fingers crossed. If the engine runs how it should go pretty good. So we'll see how we go.
Just have fun.
Yeah,
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate.
G'day, Trappy. We're not as good this time as we were last time.
No, we're a bit unprepared this time. Decided to refreshen the old engine and pulled it apart. So I put pistons in it. They never turned up. So this is just a little engine I had lying around the shed. And finally got it in last night. Test drive was out of the shed, into the trailer and come here. So it just did not want to play the game today. And I'm more of a driver. My brother's the mechanic and the tuner, so he's not here. We just couldn't get our head around it today, and yeah, just lost first round. Plain and simple. We don't know what it is. It's got a gremlin in it. It's fine in the burnout, and then just plays up on each run. So we don't know if it's wiring or fuel or what. But
yeah, we noticed that it could get off the line a little bit, but then after that it was just a little bit lazy.
I thought that might have been when the nitrous was kicking in, but I noticed on the burnout when I came reversing back, it started playing up too, and the nitrous isn't even on then. So
yeah,
it's got a mind of its own at the today. It's like a female.
Well, with the burnouts, did you still at least get some fun out of them?
That was good. It sort of helps makes it, because after you don't even have a good one test hit, at least you can take it out on the burnout, so that's good. It makes it worthwhile. And I helped a fellow HQ guy out today, snapped a wheel off, and I had wheel studs and that to help him get it back on the trailer. So it wasn't all bad today.
Oh, that's good. At least you can have some win out of it.
Yeah,
so,
that's right. And we can still drive the car into the trailer and go home and have a few cold beers tonight.
And will you be back to claim the crown again next time?
I will. I brought the crown. I bought a crown for him and bought it up, and I'll have to hand it over to, who do you reckon? I reckon Andy that beat me. I reckon Andy will win. And
He's been very quick today.
Yeah, and I'll come and whoever, I'll come back and fight for it next meeting. I think they're going to do one before Christmas, I think. So we'll put my big engine back in, and yeah, we'll come and get them. Yep.
Oh, awesome. And thanks for having a chat to us, even though you had a bad day.
No worries, eh? Cheers.
G'day, Peter. Had to come and have a look at this thing. G-body.
Yep, yeah, there's not many around. When I bought it, there was 3 in the country.
Really? That's it?
Yeah. Yeah, they're a common model in the States, but not here. Everyone goes for Camaros and Mustangs here, but
Yeah.
you can pick these up if you can get them cheaper, and it doesn't matter if you cut them up a bit or do what you want to them.
Now, this is probably, or possibly, got a little bit of history over in the States as well. Is this?
Yeah, it came from, originally came from Texas. Well, it came from Oklahoma, then we went to Texas. And the guy I bought it off local, he bought it off a guy, Barrett, from Tulsa.
Yep.
And he's the commentator for No Prep Cash Days at Tulsa Raceway. And it's that's about the history of it. And a few other guys had their fingers in it.
Maybe a boosted GT?
Yeah, boosted GT, you know, so they all had it, and I don't think they really want to do anything with it, so it ended up in Australia.
Yeah, now you got it without an engine?
Yeah, I got it without motor and trans, so I just put an LS 6-litre combo in it, power glide, and just having fun, really.
It looks like it's going pretty hard out there.
Yeah, well, the first time I've had it with slicks on it, so it's usually a weekend sort of, not racer, but, you know, cars and coffee car.
Yeah.
So it's quite good to do something different. Well, I've always wanted to race it, but getting the tyres on it and making it work, you know, it's good.
Will you let us in on a secret on how it went? How'd it go? What sort of time?
That one was a 6.8 with a pedal and with a low launch control. We've stepped that up because I think the track's permitting that now, so we'll get up a bit harder and just see what it brings.
What do you think of the actual cash day events out here that they've put on at Warwick?
Really good. As I always said, this is a perfect cash day car because it's what they use in America, you know, a lot of it. But it's a really good concept. I've got a supercharged Outlaw car that I was racing at Willowbank, and I find this a lot easier. I'm sort of not getting any younger, and it's quite good just to get in the car, turn the key, and do the business, you know.
And it's a pretty laid-back spot out here at Warwick Dragway too, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll give it to Matty Lloyd. He's done really well, and I think it'll go well. The old Junkabunga cash days. It's really good.
Nah, it's awesome. Well, thanks for bringing it out, mate. We'll keep watching you throughout the day. Have a great day.
Too easy. Cheers.
First of all, what a shame it's rain. It's too late now. The track's soaked and it's starting to cool off. So, yeah, we thought the best bet would be to all the guys that were still in each bracket. We've split the prize money of each bracket and we'll split it up between you. So, but first, I'd just like to thank all you racers and crew and I'd like to thank our sponsors, but all our competitors for supporting the event. Thank yous for coming.
Prep's doing well. The lunch is going down a treat. Haven't heard from Junga about what time we might want to start us again here.
Okay, as you can hear by the rotator, we're still doing a little bit of rotate. We'll do a bit of spray and we'll be back. This track will be mint, ready for anyone that wants to go down it. You can see the lanes already filling up again with guys willing to have a crack.
Está lista el chipo, está quinta, está. All right, afternoon session. Tell you what, the line up to the canteen, can't get in there. All I wanted was a steak burger. Steak burger and Coke to the tower, please. They're normally pretty good on that stuff. All right. No offence, ladies. No offence. No, it's me shutting it on you. All right, back here. Disco Dean on the line. Rennie as well. Adam Wren. This is Disco Dean trying to hit a 550, the number that he always races on when he does Kenders. Trying to hit an 850 yesterday, went very close, like I think a 54. Here he is trying to run on the right side of 550. Went like a 49 last run. What can Disco do here? Okay, 1, 3, 4, 60, 40, shifted a pretty good run. Oh, 47, Disco. Today it's about trying to slow it down by a couple of hundreds. 547 for Disco Dean, 627 beside for the Big Falcon. I think around 626, 627, 628. And as we already had told everyone this morning, that yes, whilst at the beginning of every day of a drag and drive, you will see every remaining competitor trying to get at least one run. You'll see quite a few of them run more than that, trying to hit the numbers. But when guys get what they want, then survival mode kicks in and it's like, right, I'm handing the slip in, I'm loading my trailer and I'm heading down to hit the checkpoints. So I'm ready for day 3. Some of them already done that. Jamie Swift back in the lanes, as is Michael Brazil trying to both hit. Hold the phone, hold the phone, hold the phone. We didn't throw, she didn't throw. Little freeze. All right, take him back, boys, just take him back. Little freeze there, Swifty might want to stay there. All right, so Brazil trying to hit 550. Oh, nice wheelie there for Swifty. Tries to shift gears, decides it didn't want to go. 584, it's all she wrote. We know it can run a bit quicker than that. Michael Brazil, he was ready to go, but then that time did not want to lock and engage like it normally would do as far as, you know, bumping in. Swifty got it all sorted and went down the track, but yeah, just did not want to grab gears and then got off the throttle, 95 mile an hour at the trap. 584 there for Swift. So seeing if we can reset everything and get Michael back to have another run in a sec. So yesterday on the 850 ET index that he's running on, it went 850 with a 1. Decided that was nearly enough. I think it went like a 49, but then a 510. Let's see what he's trying to find. A perfect 550. 136, 64, 551, 551. 551, 130. Here's another guy with the same intentions as Michael Brazil, and that is John Vesnaver in the Pro HR utility. Beside him running in the Pro Import class is that beautiful Toyota Supra, plenty of miles on it, William Yarwood. He was up at the pub at up at, where were we yesterday? Leyburn, the Leyburn pub. He was in there having him and the iMoan team, of course, the Two Tits Racing S15. Vesneva trying to hit 550. This time it's wheel spin for William. 44, too quick. 544, 135 in the 60. All these guys are sort of that 130, 135 in the 60. 130 mile an hour down the back. Hold on. Here's the man. We can see him on screen here on the live stream. Great to have you with us. Overtaking Lane, Allstars Dragon Drive live stream. The Things Toyota Corolla panel van. That's about as subtle as Hoffman gets, is sometimes just the license plates. You know, license plate, he's got that other roll racing Corolla. Stuff, Things, the Hoff. I suppose when people see this on the road, you know, when it's got the chute on or when it doesn't, and the Things license plate, it's like, that's a bit of a sleeper. Here's Hoffman running in Force 28s. He would love to be the quickest guy here today. Oh, little wheelie for Hoffman. Little wheelie for Hoffman. Now, look, even with the timer, I think he crept through there. He did creep through or something, because the 199 60 foot is definitely not something I'd say Hoffman was doing then, because it would have been way quicker than that. It would have been on the back tyres by the time he got there anyway, but that thing didn't quite hold on the line. And normally for Hoff, he will come back and have another run, I dare say, in not too much time. He'll be back for another hot lap. Here he is. Don't know where he's been this morning, but Warwick Meldrum, here he is. Entrant G14. I don't know exactly where Warwick's hails from, but this is a Barra-powered Valiant. 8-second ETs yesterday over the quarter mile. Maloney beside him trying to hit a 1050. Trying to hit an 850 is, or a 550 right now is Warwick Meldrum. That Valiant is quick, 569. He nearly got caught on their reaction time, 859, 569. Not bad for Meldrum, 657 for Maloney. He's hunting down that 650. Oh, there you go, I noticed. A certain red utility with license plates on bail, or no bail, I forget what it is. The Carkeep family utility is leaving the premises, have handed in a time slip, and they are hitting the highway. All right, entrant B15, Vince Silver back here in this amazing EK van, and there he is. Johnny McDade running in the 235, 255 forced, 2JZ power under the hood of that S14 Sylvia. Jono got that thing into the 8s yesterday. 8-0, Johnny McDade, I think. 814, I think. 802. Again, the thing leaves like a rocket. 132 in the 60, backs off to a 627, but whether the thing wasn't shifting or whatever, it did. He did have to either roll off the throttle, or the thing just sort of did it by itself. You'll be able to check the data on that run to see as far as throttle traces are concerned and all of that, whether or not there was any lifting on John's behalf, or whether that's just something that's happened to the car, something's crept in. Now remember yesterday, our mate Lumper, for many runs yesterday, the big Kingswood would come out of the hole like a rocket, and then the thing would actually hit a safety. So he said he had a vacuum leak or something. It was something that was creating this this lean experience, and then hit the safety. So the thing was literally losing power because the ECU was hitting a safety and saving the engine. And then at the end of the day, I think the thing went like an 8-0, last ditch at the end of the day. Here's Steve Tolley back. Trying to hit that 650. Here we go. Oh, 617. 617, I suppose you can run a whole lot of different times. It doesn't matter, but he's trying to hit a 650. The thing went too good. 617. Can't hand that one in. Can't hand anything in under the index. We can only hand in ET's reading over the index. All right, here he is. He's come back for another run, and we're hoping that he can get it all together. Patrick Smith in the RX-7. Again, when he really gives it hell off the line, the gearbox starts to get complicated. There we go. Walks it off the line, works a lot better. 751 for him, 693 beside for E7, Andrew Valentine. So Andrew Valentine beside. Running in that aspirated class. All right, Tara is back. The Supra. Foot braking it off the line, trying to run a 650. Right, tell you what, didn't he get serious off the line there, Brad Dilger? Seriously looking for a 650. Actually, he's in the G class, the Pro 850 class, 628. So a little bit off the 550, but sounds serious on the hit. Tara, 666 with a 1. 666 with a 1. Well, he's just almost hot lapping it around, Will Yarwood. Back in this lane in the Supra, again, trying to do two things. One, get the thing on boost before staging. Two, leaving the line before 1 second so you don't have any reaction time deficit. Any reaction time above 1 second, it's an Allstars drag and drive rule, adds to your elapsed time. So you got to cut a light under a second. Mick McGregor beside him trying to hit a 550. All right, zinging the tyres for the Supra, 574, nice number for the way. Yeah, don't let the rust in the roof rack fool you. 574, 124 mile an hour, 60 foot, 142, 574 to the 660 mark. And 124 mile an hour, Will just blows the radials off. Will blows the radials off it. All right, Boise back in the far lane with his target, 650. Beside him, entrant D10, Braith Cornford. All right, so D10. So we've had James Cornford this morning. Here's Braith Cornford. I'd say the lad. V8 powered, whether we are LS or not, I think it is. Whatever it's got, it's a great combo. Again, a different combo than what you would normally expect to see anywhere. The Toyota Corona liftback. Not too many examples of these cars anywhere found in Australia still as survivors. Same goes for Boise's, by the way. Oh, well done, son. Well done, boys. Well done off the line, boys. Bumping in and hitting that Pro Tree hard. Oh, Boise, 659, not bad. 588 there for Braith. 588 for Braith, 120 mile an hour, 138, 60 foot. Boise, 076 reaction time off the button. 659, all right. All right, here we go. We are back. This is going to be an epic little run, even though they're in two different classes. Paul Butler is in import. Now, he is leading after day one in import, but Nana has had a few misses and a few coughs, and they've changed coils. They've tried different things to try and get rid of the miss. It's got a miss. They're hoping it's the coils. But Nana, that's a very healthy SR20 underneath the bonnet. Of course, Horsepower Solutions tweaks this car. John Vesnaver, he wants an normally an 850 on the quarter. He wants a 550 right now, but Nana wants to give you something a little quicker than that. Bump City. No, look, Nana's still not happy. Vesnaver, 46. How many 540-somethings he going to run today? 546. Nana, 839. Got to find a number that's going to fit. And remember that in the import class, there's plenty of cars in there that can be breathing down Nana's neck if she's not careful. So, again, that thing not as happy as it was yesterday, and still chasing. And still chasing the little gremlin. H21 now coming in. The Tirana is back. That H class is trying to run a 1050. H21, Jason Vanderland. I-19 beside. Clint Harbert. Clint in the Commodore. Here we go. 614. Yep. Too quicker than the 650. 7505. 7505. That is a great number in that class. Tell you what, Clint Harbert might have to hand that in. That's the stuff these guys want. 750 something. It just takes one good day for some of these guys, and they can leap over a fair few others. It could be just one run, especially here on the 8th mile. When guys have done it on the quarter, getting to the 8th is hard as well. Remember, the multiplication factor comes into it too. All right, Lumper is back. Luke Page is back. I don't think these two guys have ever met, but they're going to Bump City. Lumper goes for a little bit of a walk. Luke Page side by side. Look at this, 520, 524. What a great run. People are clapping. Everyone loves it. 520, 524, 133 in the 60 for the Kingswood, 138 in the 60 for the Barra-powered Falcon, 520, 140 for Lumper, 524, 139 for the Falcon of Luke Page. Great run. I'm looking over the grandstand there, people clapping at that, loving that great side-by-side run. Remember, in Drag and Drive, though, everyone's got their own target time. It's not about beating someone in a race. It's about what time in the class you're trying to hit. But it looks great side by side, does it not? All right, Maloney back. He's nearly right on that 650 mark. H2 being Rick Barnes. I think we are like RB-powered hatchback here. Bump City. All right, they're both trying to hit 650, 52, 652 for Maloney, 652, 676 beside. I tell you what, the Supra in the import class here, Moe, from 2 Infinity, he's got lots of power on board. I think it's got one of the 8 speeds in it, but it just hasn't quite mastered that start line reaction time. He needs to load that. Actually, you know what? Both of them are in the same boat, because we also saw Kareem having problems on the start line staging here too. Okay, reaction times. Oh, no, he's got one. No, this will be his best one. 0.919 reaction time. Everything counts. Everything counts. 665, that's the best for him. 665, he got it all together under 1 second. Kareem, 783, not bad, chasing 750, except the 1.3 reaction time meant that 0.3 goes onto the ET. Got to try again. Kareem's had to try a lot from yesterday to try and get that reaction time under 1. And here's another guy that this time yesterday, 1:30 yesterday, and I reckon I can check that with Disco Dean, because he said me and Sengi are towing out yesterday. Try and find him in here. Where's Disco? Disco sent me a text there yesterday, I'm sure, to say when he was gone. Oh, God, it goes. There we go. Packing up and leaving. Midday yesterday, but him and Sengi still here now at 1:30, trying to find that perfect 550. Remember, Disco's gone under the 550 twice. I think Sengi the same. Beside him here, though, is this fantastic-looking Commodore running in the H class, and that is Dave Knightley. Oh, Sengi, I reckon you're too quick already. Oh, 551. I put the... Oh, who knows? Don't listen to me. 551, 125 mile an hour. I apologise, Sengi, for accusing you of being too fast. 551 with a 9 is a number worth, you know what? He tossed in something yesterday, which he was, I think, an 857. That's a 551. He'll probably take that. This hot rod's close to that 750. He ran 11, nearly right on 1150 yesterday, looking for 750 today. Same with Dean Wilson. He's looking for a 650 out of the utility. These guys are still here for a reason. They need to hit that number. All right. How good are these Aussie streetcars? How good are they here in southeast Queensland? Oh, 631 too quick. Oh, 748 too quick. Trying to hit 750 and 650. 748, 631. Track's too good. Air's too good. Conditions too good. Cars too fast. Not a bad problem to have for us. These guys, they're turning their heads inside out. They just want to get the number. They want the number that they're happy with. So good to have these gentlemen here. Now, of course, none of these tracks are their local tracks. Warwick Meldrum powered Valiant streetcar. Beside him, Jason Kenny from Victoria brought the two sons and the best mate up. That's a carload of drag and drive fun. Turbo LS1 power. Bump City. Oh, both boys this time. Both boys had them loaded. Both boys had it loaded, and I don't know about you, but God, how many times are we seeing a double boosted bump in, and how good is the drama that comes with it? It's that little bit of drama before they unleash hell. Just that moment they knock the tyre off it, which means they'll probably have another go. All right, Bluey's back. The Arnold boys. Bluey in Reggie's car. So Bluey, Arnold, of course, Mark, Arnold. So we've got Reiki and Bluey. So we've got Michael and Mark, right? Mark Arnold here in the Tirana trying to, I know the thing's high 10s, which means it's going to be a little bit off the 650. You can expect maybe a 670 or a 680, judging on the quarter mile performances for Bluey. And this is Vesneva. Well, what do we know about Vesneva from yesterday, right? Is that Johnny's trying to hit an 850 yesterday. All right, trying to hit 550. Oh, 548 again. He's got about 3 548s, John. And that sounds like a bad thing, but it's, I mean, that car just keeps delivering. Keeps delivering. Bluey, 743. I reckon there's a bit of tyre spin off the line there for Bluey. He went on the Pro Tree. A red. Oh. Australia, stand up and bow to Aussie motoring history. About time the two Munros line up against each other. They're both in that H class, which means 1050, 650. Mick Arnold's got the manual in the white one, while it's pearl. All right, just this particular moment, he did get it off the line. He just grabbed a gear and it didn't want to go. Savage, 692. This time a 1076 there for Ike. But sorry, that's not white, that's pearl. Of course, I think Benzie painted that, of course, up here at Warwick Panel and Paint. So that's a Redland Shire Monaro, but painted in Warwick. And beautiful. Finished off with the small block Chev and a T56. So love the Cogger. All right, here's another great combo. Both trying to run 650. Again, the gearbox just jumping out of gear. 700, slowed it right down there, and we know how quick he can run in that car, Luke Fromm. Normally, he's got to just calm it down to 650 and 1050. And unfortunately, again, he's had another one, Patrick Smith, another disengagement. But it'll go back in, and then the thing's off. Whether that's a dual clutch or is it something tricky like a dual clutch or, DCTs or whatever they got. I'd still love to see if anyone can know exactly what it is, because I want to work it out, how it all works and how you get the thing to slip and everything. All right, just remember the lanes are open. If you want the lanes right now, you can. The lanes are open. The lanes are open for anyone. We don't know when our cut-off time will be. We've definitely only been back open literally for probably 30 minutes. But there we go, rolls off the throttle, 7:06 there for Tara, trying to chase a number. So the lanes are open for anyone. And again, the same deal. If you reckon you're done, come and hand your slip in. If you reckon you've still got another run or two in it, feel free, the lanes are open. It's one of the great things about drag and drive in the mornings is everyone's there to run a number. What happens as the day continues to roll on, we get less and less in the lanes because more and more people are hitting the road, getting to the 2 checkpoints. And you know what? It's particularly, look, it's a trade-off. If you do a drag and drive in summer, you're going to deal with a lot of hot attempts on a day-to-day basis, not only at the racetrack, but then on your cruises. When we do them in winter, it's great. The cars run a bit cooler at night. The conditions allow for more horsepower. The only downside about winter in drag and drive is the early sunsets, especially in southeast Queensland, and the -5 temperatures when you get there. What we found beneficial in the past doing Victorian drag and drives late in the year is also the daylight saving. So you can be still on the road on your road trip and you're nearly at 9 o'clock and the sun hasn't quite gone down. So daylight savings in Victoria is a blessing for drag and drive that time of the year. Here in Queensland in winter, short days. So there is going to be a bit of nighttime stuff. There were a lot of entrants that actually had to do the nighttime stuff, especially if they sort of left leaving Willowbank till about 2 to 2:30. By the time they had to hit the checkpoint at Toowoomba, and then by the time they hit the checkpoint at Leyburn, there were a few, and remember, we stayed till just after 4. I think the last run we saw there was Simon O'Carroll testing the new Kraken radial Camaro. There was a few guys testing till 6 actually, but they weren't dragon drivers. They were part of our exhibition class. Word is that a couple of them are still going to be there at Willowbank tomorrow to again use the day for testing. So there's a few serious things getting tested again at Willowbank tomorrow, along with Allstars Drag and Drive, day 3. But no, we headed off, and then by the time Bubba and I had hit Arachula, we fueled up. We then headed up the range, but then we had to head out. So when we got to the turn-off, we headed out to Leyburn, and we went into the pub where the checkpoint was, the second checkpoint, caught up with a lot of racers, met a lot of locals, told a lot of stories. We're so many more people now up on what we're doing, and proud to be the Drag and Drive brigade heading through a local Australian town near you. And then, of course, by the time we got back, I think, to Warwick, after, of course, stopping for the Lansdowne family kangaroo bump-off, a double spot-on kangaroo bump-off. Rob Armstrong and Savage bumping it in, boys. Bang! God, Best Australia, we can hear it in Monaro singing through the trap. 697 Armstrong this time, a 794. We still got them. Remember, the lanes are open. Feel free to come in. As we know, everyone's got their own agenda. Spectators for Drag and Drive, you do know the beginning of the day is better than the end of the day. But you know what we've seen too many times at the end of a Drag and Drive day is when we get that last 20 cars that straggle in and straggle out, all of a sudden a number comes out of somewhere and you go, man, that is a reward for the stayers, a reward for the people willing to stay and watch to the last pass. All right, Bump City, I love it. Great run side by side to the stripe. Oh, 46 too quick. 646, 671. 646, 671. 646, 671. A little bit too quick and a little bit too slow, but just depends on what we can, these guys are trying to expect before they head off again. So, yeah, I don't have the checkpoints, actually. Someone will have to, Dully or Dan, can you text me the 2 checkpoints for the day so I can let the rest of the people know, including the ones on the stream, where our next 2 checkpoints are today. A little bit of light prep we can do while we're waiting, of course. If we've got the opportunity, the lanes are still open for all of our entrants. I know, I would imagine, there's a couple of people in the back of my head. Oh, do you? You know where one is, Dave? Oh, there is one. That's right. Oztalk at Bow Desert, near Bow Desert. I don't know where the next one is. Well, we'll get told. That's right. Oztalk at Bow Desert was going to be one of those stops today. These are mandatory checkpoints, and as we've already said in the briefing, you can get to those places any which way you want. There is a recommended course, but we're not enforcing that you stick to the course, as long as you get to the checkpoints. And, of course, the normal thing in a Drag and Drive, when you submit your time slip today, to finish today, you need your checkpoint proof when you hand it in. So photos of the checkpoints from yesterday, show them before you hand your slip, and we know you've done them, and you basically can be ticked off for the day. So we've already had quite a few. You can see them going out the gate, a few of them here, that have ticked off day 2. They've given the checkpoint photos in, they've handed a time slip in, and they are punching their... We might get it up an old time clock one day, like the old Cannonball Run or something, and just go, clunk, I'm out of here, right? Again, we're not monitoring everyone for exact time in and time out, even though we could put that on a little list exactly when we know that you've handed it in and you're out of here. And it's the thing you do at every Drag and Drive. You clock in, you clock out. And again, the photos will have to be done at the 2 checkpoints today before... you hand in tomorrow to wrap up the weekend, or wrap up the 3 days. So yes, we went through what? So we were through Leyburn at 8, and remember, we're not dragging and driving. We're just driving there, Bubba and I. So great to have Bubba up helping us here with Allstars Drag and Drive. He's been doing a few live streams himself. Plus, he's been doing a fair bit with the film crew. Which reminds me, we didn't see Sketch and the XY here today, but the crew are here and helping out. And then Bubba has already left. So my mate that I was driving with all last night, we were having the best laughs. We were having the most fun I think we've had. Bubba loves a good laugh, which is great. Like, he's the wrong guy to put in the van with me, because he's the guy that will literally laugh at anything. Mind you, we love we were cacking it. I said, Bubba, we almost got to go live here. This stuff's off the chain. And that's why I sound a bit drained, because, man, we just had too much excitement for one day. That man, who I thought he might have joined me on the mic earlier on, has gone down the road with the film crew, and we'll be doing some interviews probably at the checkpoints. That was one thing he did sort of regret yesterday. And, look, he's not to know. He does a lot of work for Street Machine. Of course, you've seen him on Tough Streeters ads as well. He is normally the guy that can go with the production crew, and he gets down the road and does all of that. But yesterday, when he was told that I was if you're riding with me, my job is to stay to the end until we see the last guy. Then I've got to go. So that's why normally we're always late at checkpoints. And nearly every Drag and Drive I've ever done, I want to do the course. And one thing about Kerry and I, when we used to do the ones down south, is that Kerry and I would wrap it up at, we tried to wrap up at 3. most tracks is not an official way to do it, but they normally had rules at all these tracks. That 3 o'clock, that's it, stumps, right? Everyone's out by 3. So we would have to be there till 3. By about 20 past 3, half past 3, we're leaving, right? And they give you the course, and we would drive the course. And of course, that takes 4 or 5 hours, and we're driving through things like Halls Gap or the Macedon Ranges. We're catching up with the entrants on the way. We're stopping in at towns where there they are, and they've elected to stop. And it's amazing how much of a week you can make. It feels like it's long days, but when you turn up and there's 6 Dragon drivers with their trailers and they're stretching their legs, it's just beautiful addition to the Australian landscape is seeing people using their cars. And with a trailer on the back, the intent to travel and the intent for adventure, it's the newest motorsport recreation that is sweeping not only Australia, it's sweeping the world. But I just think we've got such good country to look at, such good tracks to go to, and such good people within. So, yes, the ones in Victoria, Kerry and I, we spent nearly every day of pure bliss amongst the horsepower brethren of the Australian motoring public and enjoyed it. And, folks, you can just do it too. Bubba wanted that. He missed it. He said, I wanted to go to 6 Boost. I missed it. And I said, well, if you want to hit the checkpoints, off you go. I'll probably not hit both checkpoints either. I'll have a look and see. I'd probably go to Oztalk. I might go to Oztalk at Bow Desert. Geez, while we're there, we could almost stop at home. We could almost stop in on the way home then, couldn't we? We could stop in. Can we get some meat on between now and then and be in by about 8? Yeah, stop at the Hamos if we're going back through Bow Desert. Well, the thing is unless someone wants to come on the trip with me, there is an open, if anyone wants to go to the route at Oztalk, there's a spot in the Diggs van. Only one, right? If anyone wants to ride shotgun, it's at your own peril. Let me just say that, right? Unless you want 4 or 5 hours of silence, probably not the trip. You want 4 or 5 hours of more chat? Film away if you want to. All right. Sangy wants the 550. Sangy wants it bad. Dave Knightley wants something like a 6. It looks too quick. 549 with a 7. Kevy, bugger. Kevy says, bugger, I can't slow it down. All right, we've got to put a 20 litre... Can we put a 20 litre water bottle in the boot? I reckon we got to start putting weight in the damn thing. I reckon, hey, Sengi, put on another layer of clothes and come out again. He goes, hang on, 49 with a 7. You sure he didn't just go to the toilet before that run, right? God, this is going to be our entertainment for the rest of the afternoon. Aussie Saturday afternoon, watching your live stream wherever you are around the world. Allstars Dragon Drive, Southeast Queensland, beautiful Warwick Dragway, and this man, John Mesnaver, this guy, Rick Brown, Aussie Holdens, Turbo LS in 1. I think we're in RB30 in the hatchback. They're going to bump in these two because this is what you do in Australia. It might be it. Oh, 551, 551, 658. Great numbers, 551. Sorry, John Vesnaver. Would that satisfy you? 551. Is that enough, Johnny? I don't know. I spoke to the bloke last night. I said, mate, you're wearing that thing out. And he goes, oh, I'm not wearing it out enough. It's like, oh, that's the attitude. Does he want a 550 something? If that guy turns up one more time in the lanes, you know what kind of bloke he is. He wants a 550 something. Warwick Meldrum wants the same thing. All we know our friend in the RX-7 wants is a good launch, and then he can bang the rest, Patrick Smith. We know the RX-7. We know what he wants. Oh, Warwick. Warwick's just no. He probably put it in and then didn't quite realise then because, and again, look, honestly, this time of the day, we're not going to discriminate the man's choices, all right? What Warwick realised then, he's got this little staging procedure he's got to go through to light the barrier up here, right? So he's got to get boost. He's going to want to bump it in because guess what happens when you throw the tree? We're measuring your reaction time. Warwick just realised then, lights green, I haven't loaded this thing up to leave. He already knew that the clock was going to tick. That's why he's backed out there, I reckon. It's like, I wasn't quite ready. Listen, this time of the day, we're not going to pick on you. If we had 150 guys behind you, we can't set that sort of example. We can't start letting you succumb to the reaction time penalty by choosing to back out. But right now, you know, what do we got? 20-odd guys still running, time on our hands. I understand Warwick Meldrum wants to run right now. He wants to put one bulb on. He wants to light that thing up. He wants to go in and have one clean shot right now. Oh, no! No, not again. Hold. You can almost hold the tree for him. Pete can almost hold the tree, or is it automatic? Can you throw the tree? It's automatic, is it? So he can throw it if he needs to. All right, well, Pete's going to be a very sensitive starter, I hope, here. Pete could be very generous if he needed to be too, couldn't he? There we go. Yes, sir. That's what we want. 1, 3, 4. Watch this one. 75. 75. Good number for Warwick. But that's right. So, you know, some timing systems, once you stage, it automatically throws. So he's got the option if he wants to. So, yeah, Pete can get the feel for that. I've never seen a starter so sensitive to the needs of the cars out there in stage. Like... He gets the bump more than anyone. He gets that bump anxiety. It's called bump anxiety. It's a new mental illness that guys are going to experience. It's called a bump anxiety. And if that means by having a rule that says you've got to leave quicker than 1 second and train you as a male or a female to keep you cool, race the car like you know how to race it, then the bump anxiety can go. Some cars don't have bump anxiety. Those guys are bump masters. Nana is a bump master. Rob Armstrong is getting the hang of the bump. There we go, that's Nana. We know Nana. There we go, 563, that's better. Nana took a tablets that time. What, did you rub in the pain away or something? Nana's feeling better. 6. Look at Armstrong, 015. Is he going to get another super cheap auto voucher, old Rob Armstrong? 015 and a clean 686. But that 015, look, I know what he's aiming for. He wants something close to 650 and the 015 because you can only do one of the both. You can either choose to, I want to win the super cheap auto gift card and hand in a 686, or hand in something close to 650 with less of a reaction time and give up the option. I love all these little twists and turns with Allstars Drag and Drive. Two of my favourite guys, right? I like to call these guys mates. Disco Dean, I know how big a fan Disco Dean is of me, mate. He put Bump City on the roof of his golf buggy, Disco. They're going to go to Bump City together because guess who invented the term with me? Lumper. Lumper, the bumper. Yeah, boy, go get some. Oh, who's singing? Something's singing. Something was singing. Something was making a noise. Did you hear that? 538. Did you hear that? 538, 137 for bumper. Disco Dean, 554. I tell you what, I don't know who to be checking down there, but I'll be checking that Kingswood. I heard that thing doing something, flaring, zinging, pinging, something it was doing. He just kept on it, Lumper. I didn't get the speed. Was it still up around 140? He did it last run. Here he is, Vesneva. You know what I said to about Vesneva, eh? I said if he see this HR back in the lanes, he wants an O. Because he ran a 51 and now the man is back. Man wants his value for money. Watch out for the 650 from Maloney. Maloney's got the same focus. Laser focus. Oh, I'll tell you what, here we go. 550. Oh, We already know he's not going to be happy with that. I'm happy. I'm stoked. Everyone's stoked. Everyone watching that thing's getting entertainment every time. And you know what? That is a trade-off to what John Vesnave is trying to get out of it. You know what I mean? You're watching a guy's focus. You're watching a guy wear his own car out for his own satisfaction. And he'll come back after that and go, well, how come I'm softer in the 60, but I still ran slower than I thought I was going to run? I don't know what stuff John might be doing on that, whether it's a little shift difference. Is it a 500 RPM shift? Is it a little thing like that? I still don't even know what Disco would do to be changing things as well, but I was so excited to see the man that has taken the statement Bump City and put it on his own golf buggy race the guy that co-created it with me, yes. Because I said, Lumpy, you better bring that thing up and bump it in at a Kender. And he goes, what do you mean, bumping? I said, mate, you want to be Lumpy bumping? He goes, oh, Bump City. I said, dude, Bump City. I said, that was it, Lumper. Oh, here's a bloke out of the side. Haven't seen him coming up. Another panel van. H17, H10 out there right now. Tara. And Andy Blom again. Two different ways to hit 650 here. Two different ways to hit 650. 668, 697. You see how far the Tirana got out there to still hit that number? Guess who else is not happy with a 550 whatever? We got Mr. 549 something, right? Sengi. So what have we got? Vesnava, Disco Dean and Sengi still trying to bang a 550 out here. Can you see what they're trying to do here? What's that, sorry? Well, I don't know. I've never seen him. You had to find out whether where's your race number? Ask him that. You better go get Dan or Dully down to that Commodore in the lanes there. We don't have a sticker on him. All right, so Phil Halpin is out there, and it is Sengi. Now, I don't think we've seen him before. We better get some administrative controls in here and make sure we get a number on that car somehow. All right, Sengi. Oh, is there going to be... Come on! 554, 554. Is that enough? 554. 554, 1015, 1015 beside for Phil. Something's gone on with the send van, whether he knocked the tyre off a little bit further out or not. We know what that thing looks like when it does hook up, and that's some big wheelies out of the WB panel van. But not in this case. All right, here he is, Mr. Jason Kenny. Mr. LS1 Power. Now, look, I didn't know that they called the VNs BT1s, so I do believe this is a BT1. Yeah, genuine BT1 VN. VN Pride. You know what? You couldn't give them away years ago, the old VN. They got a bad rap, the old VN Commodores, but... Yeah, well, I mean, 99% of them were the V6, weren't they? But tell you what, don't they go well? 143.60, 543 down the end. Tell you what, he's left a little on the table on the 60, 143, but the thing got out and it's gone. 543 at 134 mile an hour. Remember yesterday over the quarter mile, if we're using multiplication factors, he did run a 785. Over the quarter, but yeah, the VNs, you couldn't give them away years ago, and now they are rated as one of the and I think someone told me this earlier on, that one of the lightest Commodores they ever did was like the VP. There we go. Drag and drive and survive. Diggles in his element, catch up at GC this year. I hope so, guys. Thanks for the comments, but unfortunately, new employment deals, we are nearly in aircon season, which means it's hard for me to get the week off, but I might make the same offer to Telf as we did last year. I'll try and go Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If I finish Saturday, Sunday. I know that recently they've been starting on a Tuesday. Getting a bit of cross connection over here between the walkie-talkie and the PA there just for a sec, but got Boise out there right now, and got the commie in there. So we're just giving a little reset on the timing there. I think we need Chris to the tower. Is that right? We've got Chris coming to the tower. Give it a look over in the timing system. But yeah, thanks for the comments there. Of course, the Drag and Drive community is getting bigger with every event. Yeah, the Drag and Drive and Survive guys are all over it as well. It's getting a lot of interest. Would you believe? I know, honestly, America sort of led the way, hot rod drag weeks, things like that. Now there's, Rocky Mountain, there's Sick Week, there's, Race Week Alaska, variety of other ones. Yes, thanks, Dully. Of course, the Drag Challenge Street Machine one later on in the year, the Victorian one. Talking to Bubba about it yesterday. Victoria geographically is gifted as a drag and drive state because potentially things like Swan Hill, Heathcote, Mildura, Portland, and then not too far from there, we'd been to Adelaide, but now, of course, the Tailem Bend track allowed one more track to get to, and Swan Hill coming back on. So I've been to those tracks all personally on drag and drives, and honestly, it is the best thing you can do for the Australian economy is encourage growth within the country. If old buggerlugs Trump over in America is trying to look after his own country, guess what we can do by ourselves in this country is support the industry that is all of our individual promoters that are doing anything for the motoring culture in this country. And we're not talking drag and drive now, we're talking about everything else everyone's getting into. That Willowbank Diesel Night last weekend was a mind blower because guess what? People are loving diesel drag racing. People don't always have to cheer on a Ford or a Holden. We got people that rather cheer on a Land Cruiser or a Patrol. The fact of the matter is, guess what young blokes are driving these days? They're driving utes, they're driving diesels. They love their Patrols, they love their Forbies. If we can put them down a drag strip and get a big crowd, we're happy to do that. That's another promoter trying something on and getting the rewards because not only the entrants are turning up, it's the spectators are as well. And I know we always end up getting political about all this sort of stuff, but until politicians can see that in front of their own eyes and realise that this is an economy that can self-sustain itself, right? We used to build the best cars in the world, right? So when we were building our own Holdens, building our own Fords down here, anything that we've ever built in this country as far as got 4 wheels or 2 wheels on it is world class. We can talk about Sir Jack Brabham, we can talk about everyone else, we can talk about all the people like Ronnie Harrop and Irving and Duggan and everyone that used to do speed parts for all the red motor and grey motor Holdens coming through the years. What were they doing that for? Because there were rev heads out there wanting their red motors to go faster or their grey motors to go faster. And that industry just spawned from there, all by ourselves. We weren't doing American speed parts, we were doing Aussie speed parts. Guess what we still do in this country? The world's best speed and equipment to making horsepower. And why? Because we still drag race. Why? Because it's the perfect measurement of how successful you can be, because the ETs don't lie. Mix in all the other varieties that we do as far as the sport's concerned, and we are radial racing, we are doing no prep, no time. Import, of course. I think, 3 weeks, and then we've got the 35th anniversary of the Jamboree coming up. Of course, Overtaking Lane on that stream, going to be a big one, isn't it? Yeah. And in the Jambo channel. So these guys doing it, but on the Jambo live stream. 35 years in the game of drag racing in this country. Of course, born at Willowbank was the Jamboree concept. 35 years later, it has made huge industry gains, right? You talk to Pack Performance about where they were at the beginning of Jamboree to where they are now. They are a massive organisation in Sydney, employing nearly 30-odd staff, a lot of in-house manufacturing, world-known for what they do with that rotary engine. Is their workshop busy? Absolutely. What are they building? They're building, well, hey, they're not doing, put it this way, rotaries, they're not quite building enough drag and drive cars, because that's one thing we don't see a lot of. But geez, there's some cruisers, there's the roll racing guys they're building, and especially building the drag cars for customers. That has not stopped, that has not dropped, that has not died down. Why? Because we've got drag strips open and ready for business. And customers like people coming in, remember, some of these guys were not drag racing fans 5 years ago. I know for a fact I've met blokes at drag and drives in Victoria. I met an old couple in their late 60s, and he's in his FPV. He's got a remember the Tickford TE50s or whatever? He's driving one of them with his wife. Now, he's sitting there, and he's got his little tent, and his wife's there, and they're sitting in their FPV Ford racing deck chairs. They got their Ford stubby coolers. They're wearing their Ford jackets like they were a Ford team. And he's a Ford man through and through. I go, man, you must have been following drag racing your whole life, man. Why did you finally decide to do a drag and drive? And he told me, he goes, I've never been drag racing in my life. I saw it in Street Machine, and I thought, when can I do one of those? I've never been down the strip until I did this event. And I got goosebumps. It's like, wow, man, we picked you up. We picked you up now at this age, and you've made the choice, you and a wife, to live this drag and drive lifestyle. That is entry level, and we are getting boys and girls in at entry level, especially here at Warwick. Don't we introduce the young'uns up here, the young guns? What a great class. Pete to do what? Hello, Pete. Pete. Hello, Peter. Gold Christmas tree winner nationals winning Pete. Pete. Leather-clad Pete. Horsepower Pete. Can we switch the camera around? There you go. Now, cue to Pete. Cue to Pete. Hi, thank you. Thank you, Pete. There he is. Pete's doing a little beam check for us here. Dip your toes. Dip your toes. Beautiful. Tell you what, how's that in the background here? Screaming V8s in the background here. What a country. Saturday afternoon in Australia. For everyone watching on the live stream, we've still got hundreds on the live stream just waiting for the next bit of action. But in the background here, we have got V8 screaming out here at Morgan Park behind us. This is the sound of freedom right now, honestly. You could be anywhere in the world. I'm happy with that. If I can live somewhere where I can hear that, I'd even handle it every day, you know. You know what I can't handle every day? The sound of Teslas whirring, you know. And if we get another gap of silence, I was watching a bit of Goodwood last night. You know why? Because my brother and his sons are over there, speaking of Tesla owners. And he's over at Goodwood. And I quickly watched what the quickest cars around the Goodwood hill climb were, because horsepower's happening all over the world right now. And I can do an impression of one of the vehicles that went around pretty fast. It was the new Ford Super Truck, but it's electric. So I do a pretty good electric car impression. We'll do it later. All right, entrant number 1. Silver comma in there. Over the other side is Boise trying to hit 650. All right, Boise, where is it? The perfect 650. Oh, no, the devil's number again. That's 2 people that have gone that today. Better touch some wood. Oh, yeah, so we got the program. Production Sports over the road here. I reckon we've got Replica Tour or something over there. We've got some screaming V8 in the background here at Morgan Park. And again, politicians, where are you? Listen to that. That's the sound of recreation. This is what recreation sounds like. And tourism. And money in the pockets of the businesses of this country. Now, who do we want to look after, Albo? Us, right? Let us do this. As a government, still prove to us that I should vote for you. If anything, we should be basically hassling Pauline on a daily basis. Hey, Pauline, you know how you've already helped drag strips. Guess what? So much industry out there. Can you be the champion? She is now called the Redhead. Remember that? I think we got to make her the Minister for Automotive Aftermarket. How about that? As a senator, Minister. Hey, I'd get that political role. I want the Minister of Automotive Aftermarket. I love that role. No, Warwick's done the same thing. Warwick wants the time. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Patrick Smith, I'm going to give you a nickname, Captain Neutral. All right. Now, is this true? We're a left hook RX-7 too, because there's no one in the right-hand side of that RX-7. So it's okay. Oh my God! All right. So there's a million things we pick up. A left-hand drive RX-7, however, LS power, and however a Twickie transmission. So right now, I'm going to give him the nickname Captain Neutral for now. He may not like that. Hey, sometimes I give people a name that sticks. Other times he'll just go, can you please not say that anymore? I do need it in writing or slap across the face. You can go the old Will Smith if you need to. Take that name out of your mouth kind of thing, you know what I mean? I don't want to be called Captain Neutral. It's like when Mick McGregor, one of my favourite Datsun 1600s, used to thrash that thing with a manual gearbox in it. Then he came back out with an auto. So you know what I changed his nickname to? T-Bar. I still call him T-Bar McGregor. 20 years later. Oh, well, do you like Dangerous? I think Pup gave you that. Mate, Pup, I think Pup gave you that. Dangerous Dave gave you that one. You like that, Dangerous? I like it. Just enough danger, you know. You don't have to have too much danger. Warwick Meldrum, come on, Warwick, go! He got it, he got it, he got it, he got it. A little bit of a miss in the barrow. He's off it, he's off it. Is that a walk? Was that a walk? I saw some smoke. I did it go for a walk, though. I just got the top of the tent in the way here. 146 in the 60. And here... All right. Smoked the tyre a little bit late down there, and whether that was a little bit of tyre on the wheel arch. This shows me that this man is not happy. Disco Dean looking for more on day 2 than what he dished out on day 1. So whatever his 850 was yesterday, his 550 seems a little bit more important. I think he ran a 54. Mr. What Up G out the front there. The only bloke with dreadlocks here is Mr. What Up G. Rotary legend, Concrete King, former amateur junior boxer too, and his son, Marley, at age 15. I reckon there's enough in the short time. Oh, 53, but down from a 54 to a 53. 687 for Tara. What has it got to do, Dodsy? What's he got to do, mate? Hey? Dodsy's ready to hit the road. Are you in the car with him? Are you on the road part of it? Are you on the road part of it? Oh, awesome, man. He go, can we go, Disco? Oh, no, mate, I got one more run in it. Here's Maloney, the same, from the same. These guys are here to try and hit the number. All they're trying to do is get closer to 650. Here we go. 57, is that enough? No, Maloney's gone quicker than a 57. He's closer to that 56, 55, 621 too quick. And here's a man that is jumped into this Allstars Drag and Drive and said, you know what? Queensland, full prep, quarter-mile drag and drive. I'll have a crack at that. And here he is, Mr. Swifty's race engines himself. Jamie Swift, he's in Force 28s. He did run, I'm sure yesterday, I might have seen him in the Gs, but he wasn't. It went like an 8:30 yesterday, I think, Swifty, with this thing. 8:406 he ran yesterday, so trying to hit anything here. It can be quick, it can be whatever. One, 2, 5, 60. Here we go. Swifty, 517. Oh, I tell you what, it's getting nice in that Force 28s there. Low fives. 517, 136. Hey, Junga, good prep, bro. Good prep. 125 in the 60. 125 in the 60. Phil Halpern. Again, how old's Phil again? Do we know how old Phil is? These girls are going, oh, he's old. He's old, yeah. Phil Halpern just turned 18 last week for the 4th time. No, I don't know when he is. He's old, Phil. Been in his 60s. Yes, sir. There we go. The big Sen van. Now, remember, he's kind of one of these, what do you call those non-person players? What do you call those players in a game that are just... No, what do you call that? Is that... 641, like Phil's, he's not in the drag and drive. He's turned up and is just running some numbers here because, Phil's one of our guys that helps us here. Saw him on the quad bike there before, but he's got the LS Sen van out the back. He done the bikes. Well, I knew Phil as a drag bike rider before I knew him in a car. And then, of course, the Halpern boys are just good lads as well. Like, they've taken up in the footsteps of Dad. And it's so good to see the... multi-generational. Like as long as we keep seeing the kids take over, we are set for life. You know what I mean? If we've got enough people keen to stay in this game and more promoters keen to run events like this is a lifestyle choice. And last time I looked, we didn't all decide to give it up on the one day, did we? Yeah, yep. A few leftover Falcon parts too, probably from the Barra. Oh, 666 on the H10. So that's him. That's his contribution, Andy Blom. Remember, there's just one other ET that they all want, and that's close enough to a 50. And this is the other thing which is really hard to explain for some of these guys, because all they want to do is they got the number in their head of what they need. Now, do they know how everyone else is going? Not necessarily. You know what I mean? Unless you stand there and watch everyone in the class attempt the number, how do you know if if yours is the quickest as a 6:59 and you think I need as close to a 6:50? Do you even know if you've got a chance already? Well, Dave, that is the question. Of course, anyone that wants to chase it hard enough could have the stream. And you know what? I hope a lot of these people, and I know they've done it in the past, and Dave Reed did it, was perfect what Dave Reed did yesterday. Dave was listening, watching the stream on the highway, somewhere down the road, photographing cars coming past, hears our conversation, weighs in on the conversation, sends us some live photos from the road. He might do it again here now, Dave, of course. You watch. This might be Dave Reed second day, right? Here we go. Yeah, Boise sending... Oh, there we go. Boise sends me 2 time slips and goes, Diggles, I've got to be cursed. Guess what? Twice today, that car, 666 with a 6. You know what? Creepy stuff like that's happened here before. I remember I brought something up on a previous event here where it was like, if it runs that, that's a sign. And guess what? I remember it. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like, if this runs another blah, 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 this, you can't believe this if you try it. And guess what? It did exactly that. So how's that? Boise, twice, 666 with a 6. He's already had the bad luck. He hit a kangaroo last night. I thought that was the bad luck. All right, there we go. So do they know this? Do they know they're racing each other? All right, folks. Coming up here shortly is a little race between a HR and who was the other guy? Who's Vesnova? Oh, okay. So the black Tirana, Sangi, trying to run a 550. John Vesnova, same class, trying to run a 550. Both guys, as we've already seen, trying hard, not enough luck. Now there's $100 side bet going on this. So Dan's just come up from Allstars and says, right, you guys, go out there, try again, $100 for whoever what. So here's the question I'm going to ask you right now. If you're going to throw $100 up on that race, have they got to run a 550 or will a 548 beat a 549? Doesn't. So you're rating a breakout as a loss? Okay. The fastest, cleanest time wins this next race. There we go. Because you know they can both turn the dial up and go, this is $400, I'm going to go a 31 and I'm going to go a 36. It's like, no. Shut off that. Run your 550, but do it now in race conditions. Mate, we already feel like we're in race conditions every run. This is Allstars Drag and Drive where it feels like every run's a race. Oh, here we go. Where's the side bet on this one? I got no money to bet with, so I'm not going to do anything. Is it Disco Dean running the number he wants right now? Is it Nana burying in the ET? I have no hesitation. Remember, he's in the import class. He's got to try and go as hard as he can here. I don't know where our fastest import run is today, but he's got to put that thing deep into the 5s. Right now, 2 guys, 2 different goals. But guess what they got to do together? Stage, bump, leave in under a second. So it's going to look like a race. If it all goes down well, watch both guys get exactly what they want out of this. And then whoever wins after that, well, let's forget it. Bump City, baby! Oh, Nana's got to get what she wants. And Disco Dean, what are you going to get? 51. Is that enough, Disco? Is that enough for everyone? 38 for Nana in import. 551 for Disco. Well, I'll tell you what, I reckon Doddsy reckons it's happy. Doddsy's running back going, I think that's enough. Disco's going to come back and go, I think that's enough. Nana's going to come back and go, that'll do, Nana. But you know what? I reckon there's something in the back of Paul Butler's mind, but it may not just be Butler's mind, it'll be Justin Simpson's mind, Horsepower Solutions, might just say maybe Nana could run another something. If that's enough, if there's still maybe a tenth off what imports run, I can't remember exactly how quick we've gone with the imports today, but 5:38 for Nana might just get him the advantage back. But is there one more in it, or do you reckon they're putting the trailer on and moving out? You know how we just saw $100 get thrown up towards this match race? I would bet $100 that you're going to see an Escort panel van and a Brand Gemini hook their trailers up. Right? Now, that's a safe bet, right? We're here now at 2. They've got 2 checkpoints to hit today. One of them's going to be Bow Desert. We're at Willowbank tomorrow for day 3. Nearly all the way back. Yep. Well, if someone wants to come passenger, I'll do the road trip with the people. If we don't, well, I'll go point A to point B. Although I do want to get to a checkpoint. I'll probably still go to Bow Desert, I reckon. Here's the $100 side bet, but they've got to run a 550. All right. Dan came up and said, righto, Allstars late in the day, reward the people staying to watch. Bonus. All Holden matchups here. 2 very healthy LSs. One's got 2 kits of nitrous on it. That's the Tirana. One's got 2 turbochargers on the other one. That is the HR. So again, if you're watching from the United States, it's the HR against the LJ. It's an LJ with an LS and a PG and a 90. We've got a HR with an LS and a PG and a 90. All right, $100 side bet. Remember, trying to hit 550 as well. If you go a breakout, Dan's already said it's not your win. What's happened? All right. Can you sense the gravity of the situation? We can. All right, purging the kit. Kevy standing back. Vesnova ready. Both guys, experts on the Pro Tree, definitely by now. Sengi done it in Radial Renegade for so long at Kenda. Vesnova a bit better off the butt. We hit the stripes. Got to be a legal run. Oh, 55 with a 5. Sengi will take it. 46 is the breakout there for Vesnova. 5.55 with a 5. 5.55 and a 5. Boise with his 6.660s and a 6. There we go. 5.55 with a 5, and I reckon that's 100. Did Kevy take the 100? Kevy took the 100. Kevy took the 100. Vesnova 46, better hole shot though, but wasn't. You know what? If he wanted to play the don't break out game, he would have gone 550 flat. Because I think sometimes luck delivers to the people that continue to turn up. Maloney, you watch. He wants a 5-0, 6.50. Ready? Let's have a look. Maloney, 6.56. Not maybe enough, Maloney. Does he think a 6.56 is going to do it? Disco, you watch. I reckon the slip's coming in for Disco there. What did it go? 50 what? Okay. There we go. So, yeah, as you can see, the pits. Well, we've still got a few just in quarantine. Particular Salika looks like it's ready to go. It's got the trailer on the back. Swifty, we haven't seen the trailer on yet, but a lot of these guys got a little bit of prep. Boise coming back for another. Where's the Lansdowne family Rubasher? Where's that? Is that gone down the road? But you know what? They're probably trying to do the whole transit tonight in the daylight. That's probably a good thing to do. I reckon that's what it's going to do. You know, Doddsy, the only guy that sends me stuff on WhatsApp. The only guy that sends me on WhatsApp. One more. Oh, one more. Righto. I lost me 100 if someone took the bet. Here's the other guy trying to find what Maloney's trying to find. Here we go. Blom goes. 660. Not going to do it. 667. Dave took the bet, he reckons. Remember I just said $100 reckons that Disco is going to be towing away, as is Nana. Doddsy comes back to me and says, one more. That's just to take the 100. Should have taken the bet. Disco wants one more. Boise wants another. Guess what? Oh, geez, my heart rate nearly went up there. I just saw half of a car and I thought it was the thing called Things. I thought it was the van or Hoffs, but it's not. Am I the only, honestly, and I can't rap the guy anymore, but is it just me? Am I the only guy that when I see that thing in the water, my heart rate goes up a little bit thinking, watch this? It's one of those watch this cars. All right, here we go. Tara, she wants 650. Tara, 679. Tara, no, see, some of them. Okay, Hoffman's got the trailer connected, so that's not good. Things, well, it is good. Things is heading to the checkpoints. There he is. Oh, my goodness, Disco, don't wear the thing out. I know it's got a taxi engine in it, so it should do 1,000,000 miles. All right, one more apparently, one more. Here's another term we can use. You know how we sometimes say you can do a Bradbury? You can do a Johnny Farnham too. You can always say one more time. Here we go. Boise, is it one more time? I think Boise, has that got a barra? I think Boise's has got a barra in it. So we've got double-barreled barra bump in. Just like I made this up yesterday. Cut, catch, feed and squeeze, which is what a Seng Brothers radial run is a cut, catch, feed and squeeze, right? You hear it, cut the ignition, which catches the tyre, feeds the power, then squeezes the wastegates. Double-barreled barra bump in Warwick, Australia. Queensland, the drag and drive and radial state. Bump City, boys! He's deep! That might work, it might work, it might work. He went deep. You can wash off ET when you're deep. 57 and nothing for Boise. What did he get out of there, did he? Yeah, you're damn right there, Dozzy. Nothing to see here. Yeah, nothing to see here. He went deep. You know what? Sometimes I think going deep, and one guy that used to do that in Radial Renegade, yeah, Naomi's gone, Hoff's gone, Yarwood's gone. So I almost call it the Gulby's posse going. the Supra's gone. They're all going in one big lineup right now out there. So we knew they were hitching up and heading out, and they've just thought they'd hang around and see a run or two. They wanted to see maybe Boise or Disco one more time, and they've done that. But yeah, back to trying to chase the perfect ET. Remember one certain blowing hot rod, street rod from Dalby, of course, Hot Rod Williams, was famous for taking the bulbs out, taking the top bulb out, because anyone knows about drag racing and staging the car. It's called rollout, right? So you can hit one beam and then hit the guard beam, but then you can roll out of that second beam. So as soon as you go so far as the first beam loses contact with the back of the tyre, you lose the top bulb and the bottom bulb is on. You are only then fractions of a millimetre from getting out of stage. What that's allowed you is you've used a couple of inches of rollout before the run. So that does wash normally a little bit of elapsed time, where if you shallow stage and leave, you're rolling through, breaking the beam. You're almost getting a couple of kilometres an hour head start in that short amount of time breaking the beams. So Hot Rod was a master at going in and taking the bulb out just to wash it. So it didn't run a 39 on a 640, that it ran like a 44 on a 40. I think Sengi tried a deep stage once in a while back in, when he was trying to slow it down. How many races have we seen where they get to the finish line and it's a 49 on a 50 and you lose? The term breakout, of course, means when you run under a number you were supposed to not run under. Of course, you hear the term double breakouts. We talk about that in bracket racing, dial your own racing. Of course, Mr. Dennis Sirimus, of course, from one of the founding fathers of Willowbank, brought that concept over when he was a divisional director, regional director for the sanctioning body, and he made handicap racing a thing that made it rewarded you for consistency, rewarded you for a good reaction time. Index racing or handicap racing has then been around forever. So we use index racing here in the categories like 1050/650, 1150/750, our 850/550, and then you see these guys hook onto it, get their car so close to it. And normally, the budget, whatever budget you need on a car, you can, once you get to that fixed index racing, you can the budget cools off. You don't have to spend any more money anymore. You got something, now make it race properly. And not only in drag racing is that something that's made the sport affordable, Nelly, and sustainable, Nelly. and made it very appealing. Chuck in drag and drive, and guys and girls like this lady, Tara, I'm obsessed with running a 650 Johnston. Just like yesterday, I'm obsessed with running a 1050. Tara, foot braking the Supra. Here we go. Disco's done. All right. Dave's got the spot. Dave's the spotter. Tara wants 650. Here we go. Tara. What? No time, Tara. No time, Tara. 0 times, Tara. The United States of Tara. You ever see that series with Tony Collette? Very good. Tara's going to come back. That's your radio again. Yeah, that was... Hey.
Did you say hold them? Yeah, tell me to hold them.
Just, Pete, can you hold... What do you mean, just hold them? How long do you want to hold them for? Oh, Texas Hold'em. I don't know what Texas Hold'em is. I know it's a song. Didn't have to also then throw in the dickhead at the end of it. But I suppose if the shoe fits. Sorry I presented that to you. All right, here we go. Right, there we go. They're going to bump in against each other here. Now, Vesnova, if you don't know the script already, 650, 550, that's what they want here. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. Aussie. All right, here we go, Johnny. 47 watt. Put that in with the other 47 and put that in with the other 49 and put it, oh my goodness, what's the glove? What's the HR's glove box look like? You know what? But you know what? Yeah, but you know what? You know what? He might end up winning if there's an award for most amount of passes, I tell you, that might be the guy right there. But you know what? I would think an 11-second car you could nearly not wear out, but this thing's running like literally 8-second ETs over the quarter, and he runs the thing, and it's like, oh yeah, chuck that one out, 868, chuck that one out, 863, chuck that one out, 847, chuck that one out, 857. It's like, dude, hang on. You're chucking out 8-second time slips, mate. You know? This is 2025. Yeah. You know what? And you know what? Oh, I'll tell you what. Oh, I know this guy. Oh, look, I reckon he's deserved it. Like, if anything, I reckon I wish, and I know he may not like this idea, but I'll publicise it. Let me float the idea. I think every racetrack should have company cars. Don't you reckon that's a good way to reward the officials? If you're a track official, have a series of company cars you get to drag race when, you know, things settle down like this, you know what I mean? So, yes, I reckon Mr. Jungabunga, honestly, I think Mrs. Jungabunga should be having a steer. I know, wait until little Theo's old, mate, I can't wait till what Theo Bunga's going to be driving here, little Theo Bunga. Well, for now, I mean, how long do you reckon that melon's going to stay that size, you know? Oh, here we go, a little local Warwick scruff, little Warwick scuffle. All right now, ladies and gentlemen, is a Warwick scuffle. Well, he's from St. George, isn't he, Phil? It's a good old Aussie Western showdown. Two blokes from the West, ready to send their Holdens, Turbo LS. Let's have a look at this. It's a WB LS with a 9.0 Pano. So imagine the Americans say, what car is that? Sorry, let me tell you again, Yank. It's a WB LS Glide 9.0 Pano. And we got the HQ LS Wags Glide, probably a 10-bolt. They'll know what a 10-bolt is. I don't think there's a 9.0 in this thing. I think it's just a 10-bolt, or I don't think it's a 12-bolt. Double bump in. Let's go, boys. Oh, Junga. Oh, Junga gets out of the hole. Off the button third. Off he goes looking for it. Phil's got it. Okay, let's make that a best of 3 then, shall we? All right, just make that. I think we could fit that into the schedule. Do you reckon? Best of 3? That's the one thing I think really does bring, we mock the art of the bump, but it is the new way to engage in a drag race that is really quite captivating. If you watch as much drag racing as I do, because there's so much stuff going on around the world, even War in the Woods, guess what they all have to do? They've still got to put normally bulbs on, and then that's that whole thing about bumping in with boost. How many guys are doing that? There are literally thousands of people in the world, yes, 80% of them probably in LS turbo Fox bodies, in America especially. But look what we get to do it in Australia. We get to still put them in the Aussie bodies. We put them in just about everything else. But then we get the Barra, so we're lucky down here. We got the Barra. We got RBs before anyone in the world got RBs. We embraced our Japanese cars instead of rejecting them. You could see Bathurst from the early days where not only did you see the XW, the XY, the HK, but there's the Alfa Romeo and there's the Mazda 1300 or there's the little Datto, all at Bathurst. And you know what? Do you like that turn? Is that the new one? I know. I'm glad that you can pick that up on me and shame me into not saying it again. But you know what? I think I'll just keep going with it, right? Welcome to another edition of, you know what? Don't get me started. Actually, that's a be a new term. Welcome to another edition of Don't Get Me Started. Is that right? That's one of my trademarks. Get ready, don't roll. Okay, so an R33 for sale just come up on Overtaking Lane Classifieds. Yeah, write them on there for me and you can use them. And every time someone uses ticket, and I'll get the royalties at the end of the event. Everyone else can use Bump City. Yeah, 420, R33. Is that right? Manual? Auto? Manual. Why are you selling it? Grown up stuff. Yeah. Did you really? All right, so the R33's up as collateral. Have you locked in a builder? We've got a few sponsors here that can do it. We've got 50 blokes that can do the concrete for you. All right, Tara. Actually, we've got about 6 on site still, actually, to be honest. Tara, 650 Tara, 663 Tara. All right. Oh, not this bloke again. I mean, I shouldn't be saying that, but you know what? I will. All right. Who has? So Tyler's selling a house and an R33 to buy a house. Mate, that's a grown-up decision. I respect that. How much would you take for the R33 right now? Public display of intention. What would you take? 40. Look, I reckon it's a good buy for that, folks. Boy, get on it. Do yourself a favour. And you know what? For 45, I'll personally help Tyler deliver it to you. And I'll put in a Mitsubishi split system up to a 5 kilowatt back-to-back. Conditions apply thanks to Brisbane Air as a side bet, just to help you. I offered that at Kenda. You can now, special offer tonight, 2.5 kilowatt Mitsubishi system installed, $50 extra installed by me. All right, Johnny. What are it gonna be? 53. Well, he hasn't got a 50. Has he got a 53 yet, though? Is he trying to collect them all, is it? It's just like Pokemon time slips, is it? Have I got every time slip? Got to get them all. Got to catch them all. Mate, I'd almost love to play the game where it's like, well, give it to me straight. Give me 4 time slips like a game of cards. At the moment, Boise's giving me 2 66s with a 6. What do you play there? Give me one more. Give me the 555 with the 5 and you win. But how's that? Like, yeah, mate. Yep. You've got to play the best hand. Oh, absolutely. I'll tell you an idea about playing with the concept of time slips. 874 there for our... we've got a couple of imposters in there. I can still see the Junga Bunga Phil Halpin Battle of the West happening over there. War in the Shade at the moment over there. War in the Shade. So one of the earliest shows that I ever heard about, which was coming to Australia, was called Pink's All Out, right? So this is going back, and this might be for people listening at home or listening here. You may not have ever heard that, but you know what, right? So Pink's all out. So anyway, this guy hits me up at the Summer Nats and said, listen, I've got a production company and I've got the rights to a television show that's in America called Pink's All Out. And it's like a grudge sort of race show, arm drop stuff. If we can meet, I'm interested for a meeting, I'd love you to be a part of the show. Anyway, so I met this guy, did a bit of research into him. He'd done a lot of equestrian stuff, so actually doing equestrian film production. So he was actually into that because his wife was into that. But he had a production company. Anyway, shows me a demo DVD from the States. Get this. They would just let a whole bunch of drag racers run at the drag strip with no times. Run as hard as you can, no times. In the tower, they got every ET of every car. So basically, think about printing a CompuLink of the fastest to the slowest ETs. They'd sit back, look at the ETs after 3 qualifiers, and go, right, where's the tightest 16-car spread out of all the cars that ran flat out? And so the racers didn't know what they ran. So this was the first concept. And then they sit there and the race guys, the 2 brothers, Nate Pritchett and his brother, I forget his brother's name, but the Pritchett brothers were doing this. There was a Melbourne producer called Stephen Pullen living in the States, Pullen Television. And this concept was, because then the guy that was the arm dropper was a different bloke altogether, and I forget his name, but he would go around doing his own arm drop stuff later, you know. But anyway, they find the 16 quickest or the 16 grouped ETs. So think of 16 cars, completely different cars, a lot of them, but the ET was what they picked. Now, everyone out there didn't know what they ran. Draggies weren't invented back then. Nothing was like that, right? And they go, there's our 16. Is that true? Is that our 16? Right. Call them out. And here's all the racers in the pits. And literally you come over the mic and go, right, racer 216, racer 523, you're in the show. Next thing you know, those 16 turn up on the lanes. They go, you are the race tonight. And again, they would do little side bets. They'd do arm drop. And then they still wouldn't show the ETs, but they saw him in the tower. And once or twice, they still caught a sandbagger in there and say, listen, you didn't show us 3 good runs out of your car. You've all of a sudden gone too quick. Called him out on it and say, rerun again, and if you do it again. So there was a little bit of that to it. And guess what? We went and did the first show at Alice Springs in the middle of Australia. And I think it's because the production company got the track for free. And we got to go to Alice. I'll tell you a bit more about it in a sec. Because what we did was never got to air, really. But I'll tell you. Don't tell me you're wearing this thing out now, John. That did not light the tyres up after the pedal. Whether he's just gone and punched top but never lit the thing up. That is the first time we've seen that thing not do what it's supposed to do. No, all the way, he reckons. Going to take him all the way. There's the water. Oh, okay. There you go, son. Wet the back of it. Okay, there we go. Righto, Johnny. As you were. All right. He means business on this one. Just the whole perfect radial burnout. You know what I mean? Lit those things up hard. Rolled that rubber out past the start line. So this, if he gets this back, picks the glue up on the way back. Yeah, that's the new trend. They go off the track, grab a bit of fresh glue, come back in. Dave's on it. You're like, yeah, there's ways to really load the radials up. I mean, this car's so far been performing pretty well. So right now, he might, this is about maybe catch the engine a little bit here. We're not getting sick of seeing it. All right, Johnny, is this the last one? It's 5:51. I think he'll take it. Will he take it? Is he going to take it? Is he going to take a 5:51? He's shaking his head. Do you already know? Are you saying he's not going to take that? Are you already saying that? He's not going to take that. Oh, there you go. I've lost me $100. So guess what? Not only did Disco Dean come back, but Nana's come back. Someone should have taken the I bet you they're hooking the trailer up deal. No, I know. Well. No. Someone already asking, would you come down to Victoria? So that's the bundle. Can I come down to Victoria and put in an aircon? Did you hear about the last thing I said there? Conditions apply. Did you hear that?
You can even incorporate that to the Street Drag Challenge. You'll be working
and installing on the way, yeah. drag install drive. You know, it was one idea they gave me years ago when Harry Haig turned up with a tinny as his trailer. And then I thought, what about that? What about drag, fish, and drive? You got to drag, you got to take the trailer, you got to take the boat, got to catch one fish before you get to the track. Imagine that. Yeah, BCF can get the sponsorship. Imagine that. BCF. What do we do? Drag, drive, and fish. We got to fish and drive. Man, you could sell drag and drive with a side hustle easy. I reckon. Here we go. Come on, Nana! No, the miss is back. Nana's got a little miss, but he's sending it anyway. 5:47, 130 mile an hour. But yeah, look, a little miss has come back into Nana. Nana needs another coat. I don't know, Anabi, does Nana need to lie down now? Nana put some more cream on the, bit more ointment on Nana. Nana got the little tickle back again then, unfortunately. All right, this guy, look, Disco said he'd run one more. It was an anticlimax. This guy never told us he was doing anything else. He's handed in something softer yesterday, but here is Sengi right now. Do you know how to open stuff like that, do you, mate? Have you already... No, well, yeah, everything's loaded in the comp link, but they obviously didn't load everything into here. So we might still have would you have a log at the end of the day of just the ETs? That's all we'll get. Yeah, we'll just print that out, just the whatever they were. We've got those G's and everything that we can match them up. All right, Sengi. What is it going to be? Is it the last run for the Tirana? 5:50 what? Look at Kevy. Kevy can't wait for this day to be over by the look of it. Come on. Oh, too good in the 60. It's too good in the 60. 5:47. Kevy, it was too good in the 60 foot. 125, mate. 125. Yeah. 125 in the 60. Like, it left too good. Hello. It left too good. Soon as I saw that left-hand front wheel in the air and I looked at the 125.60, I just thought straight away, nah, you're not going to get what you want there when it's too good. Like if that went 132 in the 60, yeah, there it is. There it was. And here's the other person obsessed again. I love obsessed people. I really do, especially when it comes to drag racing. I love the obsession. I'm obsessed with the obsession. Anytime anyone wants to put on a top bulb anywhere, you've got my complete attention. Tara wants 650. She wants to be 650 Tara. Foot braking this thing in. Here we go. Shallow stage, deep stage. What's going to work? It's got to get out there. It's got to get out of there before 1 second as well, remember. Here she goes. 172, 60 foot. Is this 650 Tara? It's 647 Tara. She's going to hate that one. I'm sure she hated the 666 Tara, and she's certainly going to hate the 647 Tara. But that's going to be 114, by the way, so she's going to have another red-hot crack at that, I am sure. I love this sport. You know why? Because you start getting into the heads of the people that are in the pits. I used to do this years ago with Alicia Teal. Alicia's the same. With Dial Your Own, of course, you're trying to hit a number. Here, we're trying to hit an index. But they've got a number in their minds that they want to hit. And I wondered why the Black HQ comes out 7 times in a row. And we go, hang on. So hang on, you're not happy with an 11:47. And then you run 11:32. And then you come back and go, so what? It's not 11:32? And then you then get in. She's in our head rent-free. Because like, what are you trying to do? At least I know of Tara, at least I know of Vesnova, at least I know of Disco, at least I know with Sengi what exactly they're trying to do. But that mystery don't quite work out in your mind what they're after. I said, please write it on the door. But then they get all secret squirrel. It's like, I don't want anyone else to know what I'm trying to hit. So you bring that competitive streak out in a different way. You're not out there protesting everyone else. You're not out whinging about anything. You're just out there trying to make yourself a little bit better. And Drag and Drive definitely brings that out. You guys are sitting here for a reason. You're standing, I'm sitting. Dully, you don't know. He could be sitting. Dully's cooked. I'm cooked. We're all cooked. There's been a lot of emotion into this, but you guys are still smiling. Day 2. Huh, that's my new saying. You know what? Anyway. So I don't know when you guys are thinking about wrapping it up. It is 6 minutes to 3. And we're thinking about you might have till 3. I don't know. A lot of the times you guys would. Well, this is the trouble, especially when you don't know whether people are still here or not because you don't get a slip from them. But has everyone handed in slips for today? So those 3. So we've got 3 left. What do we say to those 3 people? And I'm not going to name drop them, but it's Vesneva, Tara, and Sengi. As soon as I saw that thing leave then, I go, no, you're going to be disappointed here too, Sengi. That thing left too good, mate, you know. And then you can't blame the prep for that. Look at this bloke. Honestly. I tell you what, I'm going to say this to the people out there on the spectator mound. Hands up who's appreciating this guy's attempt to keep wearing his car out. Are you guys happy to still see him run this HR again? Put your hands up. You're not bothered? You're not bothered by it? Yeah, you're not bothered by it, are you? This car doesn't bother you, does it? Hands up who wants to see it run all Arvo. Well, too late. I think you've already got your money's worth, right? You want to see it run all Arvo. This is the quality that This is the quality of Southeast Queensland for you in droves, right? As I said yesterday, the 64th quickest ET we saw at Willowbank was a 1060. And here we go. This guy trying to hit 550. Johnny goes through 49 with a 5, 549 with a 5. Look at his mate on the start line there. This is wearing out the crew. You're 40, no, one more. I reckon there's one more. You know it is. He's going, God, I didn't sign up for this. 549 with a 5. 549 with the 5. You know, Sengi's Tirana's hitting nearly a tenth quicker than what Vesneva's doing there, right? 1-2s for Sengi, 135, 132, 137 for Vesneva. Sengi, I don't know, one more for him. Boise, obviously hitting that Kangaroo. We called him Josh the Kangaroo. Josh the Kangaroo got over the front of this thing, and then, of course, behind them, Danny got hit by Latrell. So here we go. All right, is this 650 Boise? Is this a 650 Boise? God, I tell you what, I nearly had a premonition. Imagine if 666 with a 6 came up 3 times for Boise. That's a sign. Twice is enough. 3 times is like, get out. Where did that voice come from, you know? What are they trying to tell you? It's like, that's unlucky to run 666 with the 6 twice. So, sorry, mate, I wish I had that luck yesterday before I hit the roo, you know? Like, he's already had the bad luck. It's like reading the fortune cookie the day after you won lotto. You know, you're going to be coming across great. Well, hang on, mate. That happened yesterday. Same deal here. Get out. Do not hit the Kangaroos, boys. We lost 2 of our best Kangaroos yesterday. I'm sure we did. All right. We've tried 650 Boise. This is 650 Tara. Come on. What did she go? Didn't she go 40-something last run too? All right, she's back. Foot breaking it in. Now, they're playing with the millimetres of rollout here now. They're going to be playing with this whole staging right now. They're trying to shallow stage, get you faster ET. Deep stage slows you down, but she's got to kind of nearly foot brake this thing. Tell you what, reaction time. Wish we could reward an 047. All right, 650 Tara, 62 Tara, 662. 660. God, again, her glove box overflowing. They're all on the ground. Oh, that's one I don't like, 661. I don't like that 659. All of a sudden you start thinking, God, I just killed for a 50. One more 50. That's in their mind now. One more. You know what? These are the people that are at the pokies at 4 a.m. Same sort of personality. You know what I mean? Yep. 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 All right. Don't start me on that one. Get out, get out. All right. Another little Western scuffle going to happen soon, I think. But our friend of the Commodore, 871, getting a few runs down here before the end of the day. We are so close to stumps, it's not funny. Again, we're only held up by, and I shouldn't say the word held up. We're not held up. I'm not held up. I'm not hassled. But we've got a couple of people still with unfinished business, it seems, unhappy with the ETs they're performing and not quite hitting the time slip they want. They want to give in a time slip that's going to give them the best possible chance, the best possible chance to be in that 1, 2, or 3 position tomorrow afternoon. Must be that time of the afternoon. We're seeing random kids on motorbikes just roaming around the area. So must know that we're very close to stumps. Tell you what, the old battery on the phone's nearly close to 0. Flat line. Done all right today. Plenty of messages coming through all over the place. Big shout out to you guys still watching on the stream here on this Saturday afternoon. Just turned 3 o'clock here in Queensland. 3 p.m. Oh, look at old mates turned up behind these two Holdens right now. A double LS Holden H-body bump in. There we go. For all those people still watching. Here we go. Bump City. Go, boys. Junga's a little bit too spicy. What's he on? What's Junga on? Is he on PSRs? What's he on, Junga? He's zinging the hell out of them. 630 for Phil Halpin, 134 60 foot. 134 60 foot. Here he is. Reminds me of the movie. You ever heard of that movie, Groundhog Day? This is my moment of waking up at 6 a.m. to Sonny and Cher. This is Vesneva doing a burnout in the HR. Here we are again. Put your little hand in mine. Yeah. He is, if you were not already impressed by this car by the end of yesterday, if you were not impressed by this car by the end of yesterday, here we are, the end of day 2. The man is nearly the last guy here, and I've never seen so many 5-something. Is this the one? No, 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 no. 5:48 with a 1. Do you guys know what the brief is? Don't he's getting a little. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous now. I reckon get John to shuffle through anything with a 50 that he had on it and go, come on, mate, come on, just take that one. He's gone 51.7. All right, come on. All right, all right. All right. Geez, it's extracting every last bit of my focus today to just get everyone what they want. Can Tara have Christmas now? Would a 650 to Tara now be, you know what? I'll skip a Christmas present this year if you give me a 50 right now. All right, Tara. Is this a 650 for Tara? So she's legging it this time. Oh, 51, hand it in, hand it in, hand it in, Tara. That's my advice to you right now, young lady. That's my advice to you right now. 651, girl. I don't know whether we can get better than that right now. What do you think? 651, 118 in behind it. So that's not, sometimes, you know, you're hitting it hard and then you lift and you're trying to get it that way. The other way is to soften it up at the beginning and hit it hard down the end. And that worked that time, but I think that's a little bit hard. Webby's come in with a text. Can someone just type in 550 on a time slip for John? Can we maybe next run kidnap the tuner just for the moment, make him do the run, don't tell anyone what the run was and quickly go, oh, yeah, it was a 550, mate. There it is. Yeah, that's... I'm still not getting sick of watching it happen. I'm still not sick of watching it happen. But I just think Tara got as good a Christmas present as ever, a 6-5-1 with a 7. Is that enough for the lady? Is that enough? I know it's not. Guess who it's not enough for? Guess who it's not enough for, looking up the staging lanes right now for people? It's a Black Tirana and it's Sengi again. So, meanwhile, John's tuner is now so emotionally drained walking back. Poor old Kevy. I mean, you've seen the stress that's happened to Kevy since trying to get Sengi to run this 5. Kevy's starting to go grey. He's starting to get grey hairs, Kevy. He's only 22. He's only 22. This sport, it wears us out, doesn't it? I'm 28. No. No, it's wearing us out, mate. It's wearing us out. This is supposed to be fun. Are they still having fun or are they frowning? Like right now, and you know what? No, I'm not 28. I'm not 28. That's the IQ. That's the IQ. It's the same lady that called me a dickhead before. But it's just, but you know what?
I feel 28.
No. Yeah, look, says mate Kevy Gray. Kevy had a full head of black hair before this morning, and now Sengi's been there trying to run a 550, and Kevy's gone grey. Yeah, the chrome highlights. I tell you what, I love it. I mean, it worked for Richard Gere. It's working for me. Grrr. When are we doing that Men of Australian Drag Racing calendar that we've been waiting for? One page, it's all the tuners. So there's, Kevy and Con and, Oh, I think he could have had that picture on the trailer. Honestly, it'd need to be a 24-month calendar. We've got that many blokes. I mean, if we do Girls of Australian Drag Racing, that'd be a great one as well. Put our Drag and Drive girls in there. We can put in our young guns in there. We've got so many girls hopping now in the dads' cars, and especially here at Warwick, we get to do it at the championship events and everything like that. The kids started to use the parents' cars. Sengi though, come on, look at Kevy. Kevy's going to have to film it. I'll tell you within the first 200 foot whether it's going to be quicker or faster. Oh, that's his trailer, all right. I'll tell you. He might have it. Oh, 51 with a 2. That'll do, Kevy. That'll do. 51 with a 2. 551 with a 2. They're shaking their heads. They're nodding their heads. In fact, if Sengi hasn't made his mind up, Kevy has, right? So Kevy has the final call. You know what, Sengi? Cop it, dude. Cop it. There goes Lumper. So Lumper's off. So 7-second HZ off down the road. Got to do the two checkpoints. So Lumper's off. Our Victorian Kingswood. And it's nice news to know that he's keeping it here in Queensland to run at Jamboree, the 35th Jamboree, running in J275. So he's going to bump in more. I told him he'd be addicted to the bump once he started doing that, but he's heading out now. All these roads, of course, completely unfamiliar to him. He's never driven through Queensland in a drag and drive. He always said he was going to do it, and this was the perfect opportunity. And especially for cars like that where, it needs a fair amount of prep to get, basically up to 2,000 horsepower of Kingswood down. I mean, that thing is run deep into the 7s over the quarter. And he is running the Lumper out to the 2 checkpoints. So he's going to see a fair bit more of our country and our place, before the end of the weekend. And it's good that we can share that experience with him. I've spent many a day on the roads that he's used to down south. As I said yesterday, in that car, I was lucky enough to get driven from the Big 4 caravan park in Alice Springs out to the drag strip in that car, the Lumper. I think he got done 80 and a 60. So yeah, he got. You want to guess who's coming for another run? Who's coming for another run?
Maybe one of a few. You got about 4 or 5 guesses.
4 or 5 guesses. I still can't guess. Still can't guess. Well, it's Boise, right? So that's one guy that hasn't gone anywhere. Boise. You can see that. Can you see the ding on the corner here where it's hit the roof? All right. Tara got a 51. I think, is she happy with that? Sengi got a 51. Is he happy with that? Vesneva got a 50 something. All right, is it this time? Is it this time? Is it this? Oh, no, 76, 76. That might be the signal to say, you know what, Boise, good on you, had a good shot. If he's happy to stay, he's happy to stay. The word normally comes from other entrants once they get the new course. They already kind of knew in advance, which is good, to actually let you know how much sort of time you need to allocate between travelling from here, either through the route or not, to the two destinations, the two checkpoints, is that there is a fair few hours on the road between now and getting to both checkpoints. So a few people have wisely selected to go earlier, in other words, to do it in the daylight. There are guys that will only do, there'll normally be guys only, hey, I tell you what, is the 103-year-old Ford Senator still here, or did Nolly go? I missed him. Did he go? Maybe. Because I think Noel made the vow last night. He turned up at Leyburn at 11 p.m, right? Because he had alternator problems. And all right, Phil, good skid, good skid. He's still happy to have another steer. He had to, apparently he was wanting to do some welding repairs to his alternator bracket, got to Toowoomba. Apparently the guy, or somewhere it was supposed to be arranged, had left by then because he got there late, and got to Leyburn at 11 o'clock last night, and I think he said he had a lot of, whether he hit wildlife or not, but he said he had blood and guts all over the trailer. So Noli's story from Victoria, that hot rod, he's obviously, a lot of these guys are if you've had a bad first night in the dark, you are thinking about hitting out early, just to do it in the daylight. There's guys I know that have never seen them there at night, always get their transit done in the day. Here we go right now. Phil goes through 6:35. 6:35, good number for him, 106 mile an hour, 136 in the 60-foot. He would be normally a great car in the 640 category. That sometimes, I think normally you can have a 640 here. I know we normally do 650 shootouts at any road trip stuff, so always a 650 shootout. In fact, that's the only ET you can really hand in as close to a 50. So people are obsessed with all sorts of indexes. Yeah, and we've got that big shootout tomorrow too. Yeah, so there's a couple of K up tomorrow, yeah, for a dial your own shootout on day 3 at Willowbank. Oh, I think Grouse putting that on, is that right? I think we'll definitely be encouraging you to come down and see that. So if you are watching on the live stream, you are anywhere in the southeast Queensland area and enjoying the Overtaking Lane live stream, we could see you at Willowbank tomorrow. We'd love to see you there for the final day. Come and have a look at what's been going on with these cars since Friday. And we'd love to see a few of you come out and have a look how it all finishes tomorrow. All right, there we go. So good view, good sight. Trailers. Sangi's handed in the 51. Is that right, mate? Handed in the 51. He's happy with that. Is that right? All right. It's Warwick's doing some tyres up there. Okay. Disco's ready to ship out shortly. So I just don't know whether or not, I'm just wanting to see if the Supra, maybe the Supra. Yeah. Yeah, what? Okay, right now, this is the official final call. Final call to the lanes for all competitors. We would love to see you within the lanes. I don't know, I'm not going to say for some people they're trying to turn stuff around. ASAP. That's our final call to the lanes, ASAP. If we do not see any response in the next, I'm going to say 3 minutes or 5 minutes, then we have got the indication that you are all done and we're all finished, and we are going to call stumps on day 2. We are at 3:15. Now, yesterday, I think 4 o'clock-ish by the time we wrap them up. And remember, we stopped the stream at 4. We literally finished all our Dragon drivers, and then Dangerous is going, we've got to pack and get up the hill. And it's like, well, hang on a sec, here comes the Kraken. How about we finish the broadcast after the Kraken? What a way to finish. And you know what? I hit that last night, and I watched that right at the end of that stream last night on YouTube. And, it sounds the business, that thing. Oh, that screw-blowing Hemi radial car, my God, it made all the right noises off the line and went down the track. I didn't hear it shift one gear, which is the one thing I can't believe, because it was all on the converter, no lock up and no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the Liberty. I said, because I remember I asked him before I left in the car, so what, did you go through all the gears or not? Because I don't know what I did. Like, that's Simon's admission to it. I didn't know what I did. I said, did you lock up the converter? And he goes, oh no, but we're going to lock it up next run. And it's like, dude, if you're just doing that, I mean, geez, it did sound like it was, whether it was hurting stuff or not, I don't know. But yeah, 4-1, was it 419, 111 over the 60, and it was a quicker Simon's ever been in a car, and it's good to see him getting the rewards already. Little small rewards helps. Those guys got a pretty good pass in. I do understand the Seng boys got some good passes in on their Commodores as well. Well, I didn't see the last couple that they did, because I heard the last sort of the run just after Kraken. I didn't see it, but they both sanded the game, definitely sanded the business. And they may be back there tomorrow to test again. I hope so. The track is going to be absolutely killer for it. All right, boys. See, what is that, mate? What's it say? 50 what? Oh, 50. No, he did get a 50, but a 9. And 2 evil 666s with a 6. Oh, my goodness. All right, so he's look, he wanted something, didn't he? Lower than a 59, but he's going to hand in the 59. So he's handing in the 659, and that is it for Boise. So, look, honestly, there's a lot of room between a 650 and a 659 for people that are obsessed in those classes. Same with tomorrow, 1050. Anything 1058 or 1059, I think we're going to finish them all in that. Like, honestly, the printout I had yesterday, and can you do that print? Like, can you just do a fastest to slowest? Oh, Peter can. All right, well, Pete will do that. You won't, but you know what? You won't be doing that. But looking at all our H cars yesterday, so let's just use that 650 class just for a second in case someone does turn up. We had a bunch of them trying to go close to 1050 yesterday, and I know that a few of these guys went quicker. So we had things like Dean Wilson 1051, and right behind him Matt Maloney 1051. So we had a 1051 with a 7, a 1051 with an 8, a 1054 with a 5, a 1055 with an 8, a 1056 with a 0, a 1056 with a 9, and a 1060. So that's basically the group from yesterday that all hit that H class. And today, when you go to the 8th mile, remember we're using multiplications and all that stuff, but really when you see the 8th mile ET is close to the number we're hitting, you just know that that's tight at the top in both those categories. All right, final call. We've given everyone a couple of minutes. Are we all done? Are we all gone? I just got to probably ask John one more time. Are we all good, John? John Vesnova, are we all good, John? Are we all good? You think we're all happy? Can we call it stumps? Who? Who just said one more? Oh, you, okay. Are you serious? Oh, you're done. All right, well, John says he's done. Disco, are you done? Yell it out. Yell it out. Say, I'm done. I want to hear you say it. Yell it. Oh, I can't really hear that, but yeah, you're done. I know you're done. I just thought I want to hear you say it. All right. All right then. Well, if that's the case, if we're handing them all in, we're going to call that over, guys. That is over. Over once. Over twice. Sold. Day two done. Thank you, everyone. If you haven't put that slip in, come and hand it in, but we are done. DONE for day 2. Allstars Dragon Drive on track is done. Everyone is already on the way to the checkpoints, and as we said, if you want to sort of look into it, we can certainly help you get to those checkpoints if you want to go there. I know one of them, I think, was, where was it, in Bow Desert there, wasn't it? Oztalk, that's right. Oh, Junga. Okay, Junga's coming around. Look, we've got to let Junga come again, of course. Let Junga come and have a hit. You know what? We've still got the stream. We might as well hold the stream for a sec too. We'll see Junga one more time. And you know what? Hats off to the bloke. At the end of the day, just remember, it's the man Junga Bunga. This is his town. He's the mayor of this track. And of course, let the guy come one more time, and I'll call him through it for all the people watching at home as well. But looks like we are done on day 2. Yeah, as we said, one of those is Oztalk at Bow Desert. I didn't get what the next one was. But, of course, Willowbank tomorrow morning. I'd be, if you wanted to spectate, I'd say I think normally the gates are open at 8 o'clock. But I would recommend for anyone that's coming tomorrow, get in early because that's when you'll see them all having their last shot on day 3. Some of them will wrap it up earlier, you would assume. And remember, no one can leave if you're an entrant and want to win the trailer. That's on tomorrow. Someone wins that whole Dragon Drive trailer. How's that for a reward at the end? So I hope we see you all tomorrow. All right, Junga. Okay, there he is. He's not mucking about here, old Junga. I tell you, and you know what? Let's just see what happens here. Remember last run there, he just blew the tyres off the old long roof. I would have loved to see him and Sketch Coleman. Imagine XY turbo station wagon against HQ turbo station wagon. It'd be a great all Aussie long roof bump in. Oh no, John! Little catch of the throttle and off he goes. So a little bit of cut, catch, feed and squeeze to finish off the day. 669, 109 there for Junga Bunga. Thank you to all of our Warwick Dragway officials. Thank you so very much. Any visit to you people is an absolute pleasure. We've had a great time here as we normally and would expect to have. And folks watching on the live stream, make sure keep an eye out on the calendar up here if you do want to come and see some great drag racing. Junga Bunga's got it on a pretty decent calendar, including their own track championships. I still think we're doing Six Banger Nats and Drag Fest and all of that this year still to come. So good season to come up and support the local drag strips near you. So do that for us. We'll sign out for now and we'll see you at Willowbank tomorrow.